Welcome to Goofy Harry. Today's adventure: what if baby Harry Potter was found and raised by the three Furies? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The reaping at Godric's Hollow. The wards screamed before the curse landed. In a cliff cavern between worlds, at a place where the shore of the river of forgetting touched the underside of stars, three women turned their heads at exactly the same moment. They were doing three different things. Alecto sat at a stone table with a book of laws open on her knee. Megaera stood at the western edge of the ledge, braiding her own hair with the careful patience of someone who had done it for centuries and intended to do it for centuries more. Tisiphone had a moth on her wrist and was watching it learn the cavern. The cry came through the rock and through the dark and through the distance to find them all at once. "Sisters," Alecto said. She had not raised her voice. She rarely did. The cavern held still in the way a great room holds still when one careful person speaks at the head of the table. "I felt it," Megaera said. She let the half-finished braid fall over her shoulder. "Sweet things, that wasn't a death." "It was," Tisiphone said. The moth on her wrist had folded its wings. "Two." "Not two," Alecto said. "Three. Listen." They listened. Far away, far down through the layers of the world, a thread had been pulled. It was not the first death of the night. The war among the wizards had been long and ugly and had been feeding the river of forgetting at a steady rate for years. The Furies were not, ordinarily, asked to attend to that war. Wizards were a closed circle, and they policed their own oaths in their own crooked ways, and the Arenis did not ride out for every quarrel between mortals who happened to have wands in their pockets. This thread was different. It had a different shape. It was the shape of the law against the murder of an innocent in their own house, broken cleanly through the middle, and behind the broken law there was a smaller sound. A child was breathing. "He made an oath," Tisiphone said softly, "and then he murdered an innocent in her own hall to keep himself alive." "To unmake himself further," Megaera said. "He split before. This is the same business. He has been at it a long time." Alecto closed her book. The pages settled with a sound the moth approved of. "And the child?" "Alive," Tisiphone said. The mother stood in front of him. She offered. A small silence followed. The Furies were not creatures who flinched, but they recognized a brave death when one passed through their hands. "We are owed," Alecto said, after the silence had had its proper space. "By the Oath-breaker we are owed." "And the child?" Megaera asked. Alecto stood. She was tall. She dressed the way she had dressed when Athens still had wooden walls, a long dark robe pinned at the shoulder with bronze, no ornament, no sleeves, hair pulled back so cleanly that it might have been carved. "If we leave him," she said, "we surrender the matter to mortals. Mortals do not always understand consequence. They will give the child to a house that will fail him, and the oath-breaker will return. He has not unmade himself enough yet to die properly, and in 12 mortal years we will be summoned to a house of wizards in worse condition than tonight's, and the bargain will be the same, and we will have done nothing in between but watch the road." "You have thought it through," Megaera said. "I have lived a long time, sister." Tisiphone had not moved. The moth on her wrist had not stirred. "We go tonight." It was not a vote. It was three women confirming a thing that had already been decided in them, separately, in the moment they had first heard the cry. There was no door to open. The cavern itself thinned in the place between hearth and ledge, the way smoke thins, and the three of them stepped from one world into the cracked threshold of another. The night air on the other side smelled of October and burned wood, and a perfume the Furies recognized at once, the aftersmell of magic broken against itself. The cottage at Godric's Hollow was on fire in only one room, and the fire was the wrong color. It guttered green at the wick and orange at the edge, the green refusing to be consumed, and the orange refusing to consume it. A pretty front garden lay underneath the rubble of the upper floor. Someone had grown sweet peas along the path that summer. A child's wooden cart sat on its side near the gate. The gate itself had not closed properly. One hinge had given out, and it stood open at an angle that had nothing to do with what had happened inside. "Front door," Megaera said, "is in 3 pieces." "He came in through the front door," Alecto said. She crouched to look at the wood. "He did not knock. He spoke a word and the wood gave." "Hospitality," Megaera said. "The word came out the way another woman's mouth would shape a curse." They went in. A man lay in the front hall. His face had the stillness of someone who had been mid-sentence when he died. The wand had rolled from his hand. His glasses had fallen and lay folded next to a wooden duck that had ridden a small wave of plaster down from somewhere upstairs. The man had been laughing about something earlier in the evening. The imprint of laughter still sat in the lines around his mouth. Whatever he had said the moment before he opened that door, it had been a thing he had said to entertain his wife, who was upstairs. Tisiphone knelt next to him. She put 2 fingers against his temple and bowed her head for the space of 1 slow breath. Then she stood again. "He has crossed," she said. "He went without bargaining. He is on the boat already." "Good," Megaera said. There was no irony in the word. It was rare from her, and it landed accordingly. "He stood between his wife and the door," Alecto observed. "He bought her time. She used it." They climbed the stairs. The wallpaper had seen children, even if the cottage had only known one of them for a year. There were small scorch marks at knee height where someone had practiced a charm and not gotten it quite right. A wooden duck, another one, this one without a beak, sat on the landing on its side, beak pointing toward the nursery door. There was a knitted blanket on the 2nd floor banister that had not been put back on the cot after the last washing. A woman had meant to do that in the morning. There would be no morning. The nursery was the room that was burning wrong. A young woman lay across the floor near the cot. She had thrown her arms wide. Her hair was the color of a fire that knew it would be remembered. There was no wound on her body. There was no scorch on her skin. She had stepped between something and her child, and the something had taken her without permission, and her death had paid a debt the killer did not know he had run up. Alecto stood over her for a long moment. "She made a bargain with old powers," Alecto said. "Not ours. She did not know fully what she was doing, but she meant it. The bargain held." "It is holding still," Tisiphone said. "In the cot, the child was asleep. He was alive. He was unmarked except for a single thin line on his forehead that had not been there an hour ago. The line was the shape of a stroke of lightning, and it was bleeding very faintly, and at the heart of it, when Tisiphone leaned in to look, there was something that should not have been there. A thread. A piece of a thing that had not died with the body it had come from. "He is here," Megaera said. "The killer. A piece of him is in the boy." "He has done this on purpose before," Alecto said. "I do not think he meant to do it tonight." "He meant to murder a baby," Tisiphone said. The cavern voice was on her again, the voice that did not match her size or the gentleness of her hands. It was the voice the Arenis wore when they were coming up the road, and the road behind them was lit by what they had passed through. A baby in his own home, a guest of the parents, an infant under the law of hospitality. He came in without invitation, and he stood over a cot and he raised his hand. The ceiling, which had been on fire, became merely a ceiling. The window panes, which had been cracking from the heat, became merely glass. "Sister," Alecto said softly, because Tisiphone had stopped looking at the cot and had started looking at the world, and that was a thing the world did not always survive. "Sister," Tisiphone breathed out. The room came back. The fires found their proper character. The wood went on burning and the air went on cooling, and everything that had grown still in the presence of an Arenis rising attention remembered how to move again. She bent and she lifted the child out of the cot. He was small. He was warm. He was the kind of weight that surprised hands which had spent millennia not holding much. "Oh," she said. It was not a fierce word. It was the word her sisters had not heard her say in 3,000 years. Megaera came over. Megaera was, of the three, the one who looked most like a mortal woman a mortal man might pass on the street and not at first realize was something else. She was tall but not towering. Her hair was the kind of dark that drank light. She wore a long traveling robe in the color of dried laurel, and there were gold rings on her fingers that she had taken from a tyrant who had broken his promise to his guests 2,000 years ago, in a country that no longer had the same name. She put a hand on Tisiphone's shoulder. She looked at the baby. She made a small sound which on any other woman would have been called a laugh. "He has her eyes," the mother, Megaera said. "Sweet love, we are in a great deal of trouble." "We are not," Alecto said. "We are precisely in our right place." She came over too. She did not touch the baby. She studied him. She studied the line on his forehead. She studied the thread inside the line. "He is owed an answer," she said. "The mother has made her answer. The father has made his. The killer has made nothing. He is still living, partly. He owes a debt of murder to 2 adults and an attempted murder to a child, and the debt has not been paid, and the law says we may not leave it unpaid." "And the child," Megaera said again, more quietly. "The child is now in our hands," Alecto said. "Literally, sister, you picked him up. We do not put down what we have lifted in the line of the law." Tisiphone shifted the baby against her shoulder. He stirred and did not wake. He smelled of soap and of milk and of the perfume of his mother's hair. "There will be a man," Alecto went on, "who comes for him, a wizard, a large one. He is on his way. We have perhaps a quarter of an hour." "Hagrid," Megaera said. "I know him by name. I have watched him cry at a funeral he was not invited to. He has a soft heart, that one. He is the sort of man who is honest because he has never had a reason not to be. He will take the child to his mother's sister," Alecto said. "Who is a stone of a woman who hated the magic in her sister's blood and who will hate this child for being made of more of it. He will grow up in a cupboard. He will grow up without learning the law. He will grow up without learning very much at all. And then he will be sent at age 11 into the hands of a headmaster who has already decided what the child will be used for." Megaera made the sound that was not a laugh. "You have been watching them," she said. "You have been watching for a while." "We have all been watching," Alecto said. "We knew the war was old. We knew the Oathbreaker was deep into himself. We did not know it would come to this house tonight, but we knew the shape of the road. And we are going to leave it to a wizard with a sentimental heart and a headmaster with a long view," Tisiphone said. Her voice had gone quiet again. "I do not think we are." "No," Alecto said. "We are not." She turned to her sisters. "He is ours." A wind moved in the cavern between the worlds far off. A wind that the Furies could feel even here, in the burning house. It was not a wind the wizard down the lane would have noticed. The wizard down the lane was, in fact, weeping into his beard at that exact moment, sitting on a great motorcycle in the rain a mile out, telling himself he was almost there. He was not. He had stopped twice already because he had had to. He had loved the parents. Far below the cavern in the great hall of black basalt at the place where the rivers met, a tall man in a dark suit looked up from a ledger. He had been bored. He was always bored. Boredom was the disposition of his throne. It was what one wore when one had been doing the same job for as long as he had been doing his. He found it more dignified than the alternatives. He lifted his pen. He set it down. He listened. Then he smiled very slightly in the way of a man who has heard a piece of news he privately approves of but will not in court admit to. "Tell my wife," he said to the heir, "that the sisters have adopted." He did not need to specify which sisters. There were many sisters in the world. There was only one set whose adoption would be reported to him by the heir itself. "Tell her they have brought the child to the cavern." The air shifted. Somewhere 1,000 miles up and 1,000 years sideways, a queen in a pomegranate-colored gown who happened to be in her spring aspect just then and was therefore wearing it lighter than usual, lifted her head from a bowl of figs and said very softly, "Oh, "Oh good," she added a moment later. "I have been wanting to plant something for a child." In the burning nursery, the air shifted around Tisiphone. She looked at her sisters. "He says yes." "Did anyone ask him?" Megaera said. "It is a courtesy." "Did he say it like a courtesy?" "No," Tisiphone admitted. "He said it like a man who has been waiting for a piece of news he wanted." "HMPH," Megaera said. She looked briefly and without irritation very fond. "Well, we can't disappoint the Lord of the Dead, can we, sweet things? He gets so few presents." "Then we go," Alecto said. Tisiphone bent once more over the woman on the floor. "You held," she said to a body that could not hear her. "You held a long time. We will not let it have been wasted. He will know your name. He will know what you did." She straightened. Megaera looked down at the man in the hall on her way out. "Yours was quick, love," she said to him with something like respect. "It was a clean stand. You did well." The cottage groaned. A timber on the upper floor finally gave up and fell. The Furies stepped through the front hall as the staircase began to come down behind them, and Megaera lifted her hand without looking back, and the staircase paused mid-collapse and waited politely until they had crossed the threshold, and only then did it finish what it was doing. In the front garden, with the sweet peas and the cracked flagstones, the three Furies turned in a slow circle to make sure they had taken what they had come to take. Tisiphone held the child against her shoulder. Alecto carried no weight but the night and her own attention. Megaera, after a moment of consideration, bent and picked up the wooden duck from the front step. She tucked it under her arm. "He will want it," she said. Alecto raised an eyebrow. "He had a duck," Megaera said firmly. "He should keep it. They had been buying him toys. There were two more in the nursery, the rabbit and the little wool dog. I left those. Greed is unbecoming, but the duck was at the door, so he picked it. Children pick a favorite. He picked this." Alecto did not argue. Tisiphone, against the baby's hair, smiled in a way none of them would have been able to describe afterwards. The thinning of the air came again, and the cracked threshold of the cottage gave back the way it had given them passage, and the Furies stepped through into the cavern between worlds. They were not noticed leaving. Several minutes later, on the rain-darkened lane outside the cottage, a great motorcycle landed on the road with more force than its rider had meant. A bearded man, soaked and red-eyed, swung himself off it and ran for the house. He had not stopped trying to compose himself on the way. He had failed at it twice and given up on the third try and ridden the rest of the road with his face wet and his teeth set. He did not believe what he had been told. He had not been told much. He had been told that he was needed at Godric's Hollow, and he had been told to bring the child to Privet Drive, and he had been told that the second part was not a request. He found a ruined nursery. He found James. He found Lily. He found a cot with the bottom cracked and the bedding scorched. He did not find a baby. He stood for a long time. His shoulders shook. His enormous hand passed once over the empty cot and came back smelling of an unfamiliar perfume, brimstone and roses and something old, something that smelled like a stone that had spent a long time underwater. He did not recognize it. He was a man who knew the smell of every dragon and every troll and every dangerous beast on the British Isles, and he had never smelled this before in his life, and it did not, he thought, smell like a thing he wanted to chase. "Lily," he said to the empty room. "Oh, Lily, where is he? Where's our boy?" The empty room had no answer for him. He looked again, more carefully, in the way a tracker looks when the trail is wrong. There were no footprints in the dust. The plaster on the floor had not been disturbed. The only thing out of place was that the baby was gone, and the baby's blanket was gone, and one of the wooden ducks from the landing was gone, and the rest of the nursery looked the way it would have looked if a baby had simply, between one breath and the next, been picked up and carried out by a person who had not needed to use the door. "Was someone here?" he said quietly to himself. "Was someone here before me?" Eventually, he walked back outside, and he sat in the wet grass next to his motorcycle, and he tried to figure out what to tell the headmaster. The rain went on falling. The fire in the upper floor had given up, finally, and was beginning to die. Somewhere a long way off, an owl was hunting along a hedgerow, and the small thing it was hunting was about to learn that its night had ended without its consent. Hagrid did not envy it. Eventually, because there was nothing else to be done, he climbed back onto his motorcycle. He did not start it for a long time. He sat there with his hands on the bars and his face turned up to the rain. The rain did not care, and he did not, on consideration, want it to. A few miles away, a few miles in one sense, a great deal further in another, in a tower at a Scottish castle, a man with a long white beard was standing at his window. The tower had a great many silver instruments in it, all of them spinning, all of them whistling softly, all of them telling him things about the world that mortals did not, on the whole, ask after. One of them had stopped spinning. It was a small instrument. He had put it on a high shelf many years ago. It had been spinning since he had set it there. It tracked, in its quiet way, a single child, the way a candle tracks a single small hand cupped around it to keep it from going out. It had stopped. A larger instrument next to it had begun spinning faster. The larger one tracked the binding of the child to a house, to a place of blood protection, to a hearth where the child would be safe under the old laws of kin. It had spun for a few seconds and then faltered and then, with a small sigh of metal, stopped as well. That, Albus Dumbledore said, very quietly to no one in particular, is not what was supposed to happen. He sat down at his desk. He looked at his hands. He had, over the course of the war, buried a great many people. He had developed, over the course of those burials, a particular set of plans for the survivors of one particular family. The plans had assumed certain things. They had assumed, among other assumptions, that the small instrument on the high shelf would go on spinning until the child was old enough to come to school, at which point Albus Dumbledore would have a number of careful conversations with the child's relatives and a number of careful conversations with the child himself, and in the fullness of time, the child would do what the child had to do. The small instrument had stopped spinning. This meant the child was either dead or somewhere the instrument could not reach. The first possibility he refused outright. The larger instrument, before it had stopped, had not registered the child's death. It had registered something else, something for which it had not been built. It had spun fast for a few seconds and then slowed and then stopped, the way a clock will stop when the hand is held by a thumb. The second possibility was unprecedented. He sat at his desk for a long time. The phoenix behind him made the small, inquiring sound a phoenix makes when its keeper is troubled. He did not turn to it. He was looking at a paperweight on the corner of his desk. The paperweight was a glass globe with a sprig of dried flowers inside it. He had been given it many years ago by a woman he had loved and lost. He looked at it now without seeing it. He wrote 3 letters. He sent 2, one to Minerva, asking her to come to his office at once, and one to Hagrid, telling him to return without his cargo if his cargo could not be accounted for. The third he set in a drawer and locked. It was addressed to a young man in the dungeons, and it asked questions he was not sure he wanted answered. Far below in those dungeons, that young man, black robes, black hair, a black expression that he had been wearing since he was 15 and had not put down since, was on his knees on the cold stone floor of his chambers. He had not meant to fall. He had walked into the room intending to sit at his desk and read until his hand stopped shaking, and then a thing he had not known he could feel had reached up under his ribs and taken his legs out from under him, and he had gone down very neatly, like a man whose strings had been cut. He had not made any sound. He was not making any sound now. He was a man who had spent his life teaching himself not to. He had broken his teeth on the lesson in childhood and had finished the work in his teens, and by the time he had taken the mark on his arm and crossed a line he had not understood the depth of, he had been so practiced in silence that even pain came out of him without permission, in twitches he could disguise. He was disguising nothing now. He had been alone too long for it. He did not weep, because he had not learned how. He stayed on his knees and he held very still. And inside the silence of his chest he understood, the way a man understands the bottom of a well by being thrown into it, that Lily Evans was dead, that the protections he had bought for her with the most expensive currency he had ever spent had failed, and that the world, having taken the only thing in it that he had loved, did not appear to feel any obligation to take him as well. The wards of the castle hummed. The phoenix in the tower above sang one long, low note. Severus Snape, after a long while, picked himself up off the floor. He sat at his desk. He did not read. He did not write. He looked at the wall for the rest of the night, and when morning came it found him still looking, and he had, in some part of himself he would never acknowledge to anyone, made a promise. He did not phrase the promise. He did not give it words. But the wards of the cavern between worlds, far away from any room he had ever been in, registered an oath taken in the quiet of a man's chest, and an Erinnys in the cavern lifted her head briefly and noted it. In the cliff cavern, Tisiphone laid the baby on a folded cloak on the great stone table. She brushed his hair away from his forehead and looked at the line of the new scar and at the thread inside it. "It is a piece of him," she said. "It will not grow," Alecto said, "not while we are here." "Will it be painful for the child?" Megaera asked. "Sometimes," Alecto said, "the piece will react to its own kind. When the killer is near, when his magic moves, when his name is spoken in places where it should not be spoken, the piece will burn. The child will feel it, but the piece cannot expand here. It cannot eat at him, not in this house." "Then we will be there when it burns him," Tisiphone said. "Yes." Tisiphone tucked the cloak around him. He sighed in his sleep, a small, complete sigh, and turned his face into the wool. The three sisters stood in a half-circle around the stone table. The cavern behind them opened into the great ledge over the sea of stars. The fire on the hearth, which had been low when they left, had built itself up while they were gone, in the way a fire does when it expects company. The walls were lined with the runes Hecate had set into them at the beginning, when the cavern had first been carved out of the cliff and given its address among the worlds, and the runes had been quiet for a very long time and were now, faintly, beginning to glow. They liked the new presence. They had been, in their stone way, lonely. Megaera produced the wooden duck from under her arm and set it next to the baby's hand. The baby's fingers in sleep found it and closed around its beak. "There," Megaera said. Alecto, who did not laugh, allowed a corner of her mouth to move. "He is ours now," she said. Tisiphone, whose voice rarely went above the level of a fire kept low, said, "Ours." Megaera, who could not stand sentiment without complicating it, said, "Sweet sisters, we are going to be terrible at this." Then she laughed. It was a quiet laugh. The baby on the table did not wake but smiled, very faintly, in sleep, the way babies will smile at a sound they have decided to like. The fire cracked once on the hearth. "What will we call him?" Megaera asked after a while. "Harry," Alecto said. "His mother named him. We do not change a child's name unless the name is a wound." "Harry, then." Tisiphone's hand had come to rest on the baby's chest. She watched it rise and fall. She had not taken her eyes off him since she had picked him up out of the cot, and she did not, for a long while, take them off him now. Outside, far below the ledge, the sea of stars went on doing what the sea of stars does. A new boat was crossing the river of forgetting somewhere downstream, with 2 passengers in it who had paid their fare in the only currency that worked, by going first. The boat was not in a hurry. Neither were the passengers. They had, in the way of the dead, all the time in the world. The ferryman, who knew their names because his master had told him to know their names, made certain they were comfortable. They had paid more than the asking between them. He intended to remember that. In their place, on the great stone table in the cavern between worlds, a child slept under a cloak and a wooden duck, and 3 women who had not in 3,000 years lifted anything but the bodies of oath-breakers stood watch over him until the morning star rose on a sky that did not, in its courses, have any morning at all. Chapter 2. The cliff cavern. Time in the cavern between worlds did not pass the way it passed in the world above. It passed slowly when the Furies were attending to him. It passed quickly when they were elsewhere. The hearth measured itself in coals, not in days. The runes on the wall darkened or brightened, depending on what mood they had decided to be in that century. The fig tree on the ledge, planted by a queen in a pomegranate-colored gown one bright afternoon when Harry was barely 2, grew at the rate it pleased, which was sometimes a foot in a season and sometimes nothing at all for a year, and which paid no attention whatsoever to mortal calendars. Harry, on the other hand, grew at the rate small boys grow. He was 4 when he first asked the question. He was sitting at the stone table with his legs hanging off the bench because they did not yet reach the floor, and he had a wooden duck propped up next to his plate because that was his table arrangement and the Furies had learned not to argue with it. "Are you my mother?" he said to Tisiphone, who was standing by the hearth with a piece of bread. She did not turn at once. She turned in her own time, which was the way she did most things. "No," she said. "Your mother is dead." "Oh," he said. He thought about it. He turned the wooden duck around on the table. "Then who are you?" "I am Tisiphone. I am one of 3 sisters. The other 2 are also here. We are not your mother. We are your grandmothers. There is a difference." "What's the difference?" "A mother gives birth to a child. A grandmother is given a child by the world." Harry considered this. He had no template for either word. He had only the 3 of them who had been there as long as he could remember, and the cavern and the fire and the wooden duck, and a small terracotta cup that Persephone had brought him on her last visit and that Megaera kept refilling with watered honey because Megaera had decided that was the right drink for a child who had been brought up in a cavern. "Where is my mother now?" he said. "Across a river," Tisiphone said. "She is well. She is safe. We have not gone to bother her, but we know that she is well. Can I see her?" "No," Tisiphone said. "Why?" "Because the river has a rule. Once you cross it, you do not come back. We do not break the rule, not for love, not for grief, not for any reason. The river is older than we are, and the rule is older than the river, and a thing as old as that we do not bargain with," Harry thought. He turned the duck around the other way. "All right," he said. He did not cry. He did not, at 4, fully understand what dead meant. But he understood that the woman who had been his mother was somewhere a person was not supposed to chase, and he understood that Tisiphone, who had never lied to him, had told him this, and that was enough for now. He went on eating his bread. Tisiphone watched him for a long while. When Megaera came back to the cavern that evening with a basket of pomegranates from a place that was not a place, Tisiphone told her what had happened, and Megaera laughed. And then Megaera did not laugh. And then she went and sat next to Harry by the fire and did not say anything, and put her hand on his hair, and stayed there until he fell asleep against her side. Alecto, who had been at the stone table the entire time and had heard the entire conversation, looked up from her book once, observed the 2 of them by the fire, and made a small mark in the margin of the page she was reading. The mark, in a script that no living scholar had read in 1,000 years, was the symbol for an oath taken in silence. She did not specify whose. She made it twice, in case the law that watched these things was watching. He was 6 the first time he asked Alecto for a story. Alecto did not, on principle, tell stories. Alecto recited cases. She would sit at the stone table with him on her lap, when he had asked nicely and when she had time, and she would lay out the precedent of one of the great oath cases of antiquity, with the parties and their offenses, and the law as it had been at the time, and the punishment as the law had required, and the boy on her lap would listen with the seriousness only a 6-year-old can manage. He had a way of nodding at the parts that mattered. "So Tantalus served his son to the gods at a feast," he said when she had finished one such case, "and he was put in water that he could never drink. That was the punishment, yes. Forever. Forever is a long word, child. He is there still, as far as I know. The case has not been reopened. That seems very long. It was a very serious crime." He thought about this. If he said sorry, would they let him out? Alecto considered the question with the gravity she gave to all his questions. He had asked it because he was 6 and gentle, and because he had been raised by women who, despite themselves, had taught him to be merciful in the small things. She did not, on this account, pretend the question was not a child's question. She answered it as if a magistrate had asked it. "No," she said. "An apology is the beginning. It is not the end. The crime was that he murdered an innocent for his own purposes. The punishment is that he is denied what he wanted. Saying sorry would not return the son. Saying sorry would not undo the meal. The law does not care for sorry. The law cares for what was done and what is owed." "That's hard." "Yes. Is that what you do then, the owing?" "It is what we do." He nodded. He was still on her lap. He turned his face up to her. "When you do it, are you angry?" She looked at him a long time. "Always," she said, "and never both at once. Anger is a tool. We do not use it the way mortals use it. We do not raise our voices. We do not hurry. The work is what the work is. The anger is a steady fire underneath. We tend it the way you tend a hearth." He nodded, accepting this. He had been raised in a cavern with 3 women and a hearth, and the analogy went straight into him without resistance. He climbed down off her lap because he had decided the lesson was over, and he went and sat by the fig tree at the edge of the ledge, and he watched the sea of stars. Megaera, watching from the hearth, leaned across to her sister and said, very quietly, "He'll be the kindest one of us, Alecto. He's going to be impossible to live with." "He will be exactly what he is," Alecto said. "We do not shape him, we give him the law, he decides what to do with it. He's going to forgive everyone. He may, that is his prerogative. Forgiveness is the sister of mercy, and mercy is not in itself the breaking of a law. He may forgive, we will still collect." Megaera laughed under her breath. "Sweet sisters, what a household!" Tisiphone, who had been weaving something in a corner that smelled of cypress, did not look up but said, in the lowest voice in the cavern, "He is ours." It was the first time in 2,000 years a thing said 3 times by the 3 of them had been agreed upon without a vote. The runes on the walls glowed a little brighter and stayed brighter for a week. Megaera taught him to read. She taught him on tablets first, the old way, with a stylus in wax. He liked the smell of the wax. He liked that he could fix a mistake without consequence, just by smoothing it over and starting again. He learned faster than she had expected, and she had expected fast. By the time he was 8, he was reading her old commentaries, which had been written in a Greek so archaic that even Athena, when she stopped by once for a cup of wine and a complaint, had needed a moment to parse one of the verb endings. Megaera also taught him people. This was the harder course. She would sit him at the ledge after supper and ask him questions about a person, and the person could be anyone, a shade who had passed through the cavern for an hour on his way down, a god who had visited that week, one of his own grandmothers, anyone. What does Hades want? Love. To be left alone. Why? Because he is bored. Being left alone is the only thing that makes the boredom easier. If a person is not interrupting him, he doesn't have to perform. He can just sit and think his thoughts. And his wife. Persephone wants 2 different things at 2 different times. In the spring she wants to be touched. In the winter she wants to be respected. They are not opposite things. Mortals think they are opposite things. They aren't. How did you know that, sweet boy? I watched her for a year. Megaera's mouth curved. Yes, you did now, Hecate. Hecate wants to know everyone's secrets. She doesn't want to use them. She just wants to know them. If you tell her one, she keeps it. Why does she want to know them? Because the world is mostly secrets. If you know the secrets, you know the world. She is a witch. That is the witch's hunger. Is it your grandmother's hunger? Number yours is the hunger to even things out. She looked at him for a long moment, sitting on the bench beside her with his legs longer than they had been a year ago, and she said, "You are a frightening child, sweetheart. Do you know that? I'm not frightening to you. Number you are not. That is also frightening in its own way." He looked up at her with his mother's eyes, which he did not know were his mother's eyes, and he said, "Are you my grandmother?" "Yes, love." "Then I'm not going to be frightening to you." She put her arm around his shoulders. She did not say anything more. The stars went on doing what they did over the sea. Tisiphone taught him stillness. She did not call it that. She called it nothing. She would simply take him out to the ledge in the dark and sit down with him and stay there. They would not speak. They would not do anything in particular. The fig tree would rustle in the wind that was not quite wind. The runes on the walls would settle. Far below, the sea of stars would do what it did, and the small lights that were not stars would move along their paths, and Tisiphone would breathe, and Harry would breathe, and the cavern would, after a while, accept his breath as one of its own sounds. He was 9 the first time he understood what she was teaching him. A shade had come up to the ledge that evening. This was rare. Shades did not usually come up. They went down. The river was downstream from the ledge, and the dead crossed the river going one way only. But sometimes, for reasons Hades did not bother to explain even to his sisters-in-law, even to the Furies who served his court, a shade would lose its way or refuse the boat and would wander up along the cliff toward the cavern. When this happened, the Furies dealt with it. They did not, on the whole, enjoy it. The shades that got lost were usually the kind of shades who had been lost in life as well, and they were difficult to comfort. This one was a young man. He had been a soldier by the look of him. He had a wound in his side that had been the wound that had killed him. He was not bleeding. He was a shade. But the shape of the wound was still on him because the moment of his dying had been the strongest moment of his life, and his shade had taken its shape from it. He came up onto the ledge and he did not see the Furies at first. He saw the boy. Harry, who had been sitting against the trunk of the fig tree, looked up. He was 9. He was not afraid. He had grown up with shades passing through, and he had been told about them, and he had been told what they were. He knew this man could not hurt him. He knew also that this man had not asked to be a shade and was probably very tired. "Hello," Harry said. The shade looked at him. The shade did not at first speak. The shade's mouth moved without sound. Then the shade said in a voice that came from a great distance, "I thought I was alone." "You're not," Harry said. "I'm here. Are you a god?" "Number my grandmothers are. I'm just me." "What is your name?" "Harry." "Harry," the shade said. He repeated it in the way the dead repeat names, with a weight as if a name said carefully might be a key. "Harry, I am Lycos. I died at a place I do not remember. There was a horse. I think the horse was on top of me when I went." "That sounds bad." "It was very fast. I do not think I knew what was happening." Harry stood up. He came over to the shade slowly, the way one approaches a small, skittish animal one does not want to spook. He stopped in front of him. He looked up at him. The shade was much taller than him. The shade had been a tall man in life. "You should be on the boat, Lycos," Harry said. "The river is downhill." "I do not want to go on the boat." "Why not?" "I do not know. I am afraid. I do not know what is on the other side." Harry thought about this. He was 9. He had heard from his grandmothers what was on the other side in great detail, and he had heard from Persephone, and he had heard from Hades himself once, who had been bored at a dinner, and had launched into a description of his own kingdom, with the relish of a man explaining his vegetable garden. Harry knew what was over there. He did not know how to translate it for a shade who was already most of the way to forgetting. "My grandmother said," he tried, that on the other side there is a place for everyone. The good men go to a meadow and they sit in the sun. The middling men go to a town and they live the way they used to live but quieter. The bad men go to a place I am not allowed to talk about. You don't sound bad to me, Lycos. I think you go to the meadow. Are you sure? I am pretty sure. The shade looked at him for a long, long moment. And there are other people in the meadow. Lots. All right, the shade said. He sighed in the way the dead sigh, which is a sound without breath in it. All right, I will go on the boat. Do you need someone to walk you down? Would you walk with me? Harry hesitated for a moment, because he had been told never to leave the cavern without a grandmother, and then a hand came down on his shoulder. Tisiphone had come up behind him without a sound. She had been there, he realized, since the shade had first arrived. She had been letting him handle it. She had been letting him. I will walk him, she said to her grandson and to the shade. Ours, you stay here, Lycos, come. The shade went with her. They went down the long path along the cliff that led to the river, and Harry stayed on the ledge and watched them until they were a small dark shape on the water below, and then a smaller one, and then nothing. After a long while Tisiphone came back up. She came and sat beside him under the fig tree. She did not say anything for a while, then she said, You did well. He was scared. Yes. I told him he was going to a good place. You told him truthfully, ours. He would have gone to the meadow. I escorted him so. Those are the rules. We do not lie to the dead about where they are going. We carry them honestly. You did the part of it that the rest of us cannot do. What part? You were not afraid of him. He had needed someone to not be afraid of him. He had been afraid of himself mostly. You did not give him a reason to be afraid of anything else. Harry thought about this. He pulled a fig down from the lowest branch of the tree and split it in his hands. The seeds were sticky. He did not eat it because he did not, on consideration, want to. He just held it. Grandmother, he said. Why was he scared, really? Because he thought he was alone. That is what most shades are scared of, aloneness. The dead are alone in a way that the living are not yet. They have been pulled out of the hands of everyone who held them. Some of them never get used to it. Some of them stand on the riverbank for years. We try to coax them on. Sometimes we do not coax them. Sometimes we let them be. Hades is a patient lord. He says the kingdom can wait. I don't want to be alone like that. You are not alone, ours. You will not be alone. As long as one of us is in any world, you are not alone. As long as you are mine and Megaera's and Alecto's, you have a thread back. That is one of the things that being ours does for you. The thread is in our knot. We do not drop it. Harry did not answer for a while. Then he said very quietly, Sometimes I have a dream. I'm in a green light. There is a woman and she's afraid, and there is a man and he is laughing. Tisiphone went very still beside him. She did not immediately answer. She let him say it. She let it lie out on the air the way an offering lies out on an altar. That happened to you, she said eventually. Did it? Yes. The man came into your house. The woman was your mother. She stood between him and you. He killed her. He tried to kill you. He failed. You should not remember it. You were very small. But there is a piece of him caught in your scar, and the piece remembers, and sometimes the piece will dream you its dream. Oh. He sat for a while. He looked at the split fig in his hand. He looked at the sea of stars. He did not cry. He had not cried very often in his 9 years. He was not, as a small boy, prone to it. The Furies had not raised him to be prone to it. They had also not raised him not to be. The choice on this front had been left to him. Who is he? His name is Voldemort. It is not the name his mother gave him. He took the name himself when he wanted to leave the man he had been. We do not generally dignify a chosen name when the original is still in the records. But the chosen name is the one he answers to now, and there is a kind of oath in a chosen name, so we use it. Voldemort, he is a wizard. He is also a creature who has done a thing to himself that we do not have a polite word for. The piece in you is one of the things he did. Will he come back? Yes. When? When he can. He is not a complete man at the moment. He is in pieces. One of the pieces is in you in a way, although the piece does not know it. When he is whole again, when he has gathered himself, he will come for you, because you are the thing that almost killed him. Did I almost kill him? Your mother almost killed him, with what she did when she stood in the way. The killing curse he used on you struck her first. In a sense, her death changed the shape of the magic, and when it landed on you, it landed on a thing it could not destroy. It went home. It found him and it took his body and it left him in pieces. He has been in pieces for 9 years. He is gathering. Will you stop him? When he comes for you, yes. Will I help? She looked down at him. Hours, she said. You will, if you want to. We will not require you to. The work of an Arinus is not a child's work. But the man in question committed a crime against you that none of us will collect on without your knowing. You will be the witness at minimum. You may be more if you choose. We will see what kind of man you grow to be. Harry sat with this for a long while. He put the fig down on the rock beside him. He looked at his hands, which were small and clean and which had, in the dream he had told her about, also been small but had been reaching up at a thing in a robe that was not quite a thing. Grandmother, he said. Yes. I don't think I want to kill him. Good, she said. You don't mind? No, hours. I do not mind. There are other things to do to a man like that. Killing is the easiest of them. We do not require the easiest. He nodded. Will it hurt me, the peace? Will it hurt me as I grow? Sometimes it will be uncomfortable. Sometimes when his magic moves nearby, your scar will burn. Your sister grandmothers and I have looked at it many times and we have agreed. While you are with us, it cannot grow. It cannot eat at you. It is held still the way a wasp is held still under a glass. When you go up into the world above, things may be different. We will go with you in the ways we can. You will not be unattended. Up into the world above. Yes, soon. There is a school for wizards in the world above. You are owed a place there. We have decided you should have it. You decided. We decided, with Hades, with Persephone, with Hecate, who has views on these matters. We have decided that you should know your own kind. You have been raised by us and you have done well and we love you. And precisely because we love you, we will not keep you in a cavern between worlds for the rest of your years. You are a wizard. You should know what wizards are. What if I don't like them? Then you come home, hours. Every week, every day, every hour you want to come home, you come home. The cavern stays open to you. The hearth stays lit. The fig tree keeps your tree mark on its trunk. Megaera will make a face and pretend she did not miss you. He laughed. It was a small, surprised laugh. He had not known until it came out of him that he was going to laugh. She watched the laugh come out of him and she watched it go back in, and she put her hand against his hair as Megaera had done, and they sat under the fig tree until the stars below them changed positions and the comet that Hades sent across his sky once a century rolled, low and bright and polite, along the horizon. Look, Tisiphone said quietly, pointing. Hades' comet. He sends it on the longest night. He thinks no one notices. It's pretty. He would be furious to hear you say so. I won't tell him. You may. He likes to be teased. He pretends to hate it. He is an old man with very little to do, and he likes a child who teases him. Harry watched the comet pass. He was 9, going on 10. He had been raised in a cavern by 3 women who, in the world above, would have terrified anyone with the sense to recognize what they were. He had eaten fig and bread and watered honey, and the dried apricots Persephone brought him in the autumn. He had been told the law of consequence so many times that he could recite it backward. He had walked a frightened soldier most of the way to the river, and had handed the soldier off to a grandmother who had taken him the rest of the way honestly. He had a wooden duck on a shelf above his bed which he no longer played with and which he could not, somehow, let anyone move. He had a piece of a murderer in his forehead which he had now been told about, which had not changed his mind about anything, and which he had decided he would think about in the morning. He went to bed in the alcove that Megaera had fixed up for him, a niche in the cavern wall with a shelf, a lamp, a small loomed rug Tisiphone had made out of cypress fiber, and the wooden duck, and he slept the way a child sleeps when he has been told the truth and has not been broken by it. The runes on the wall, watching, glowed quietly above him. The hearth in the main room settled down to its overnight coals. The Furies sat together on the bench at the stone table and did not, for a long time, speak. "He's going up there in less than a year," Megaera said finally. "Yes," Alecto said, "and we are going to let him. Yes, and we are going to leave him there for most of it." "Yes," Megaera let out a breath. "Sweet sisters, I am not built for this. I am built for collecting debts. I am not built for letting a child walk into a school full of mortals and not fixing every injury they will inflict on him." "You will manage," Alecto said. "I will manage badly." "You will manage as we all will manage. We will watch. We will wait. We will not interfere unless an oath is broken. And when an oath is broken, we will collect. And the headmaster will learn in time what the rules are. He has built a great deal of plan around a child he has not met. The plan was built on the assumption that the child would be raised in ignorance. The child has not been raised in ignorance. The plan will require revision. He will revise it. He is a clever man. He is also a man who has not in some time had to revise his plans for a child in his care. It will be good for him. And if he does not revise, then we will collect from him too." Tisiphone, whose vote was always the third and was always counted, said simply, "He is ours. We do not give him up. We let him go. There is a difference." The Furies sat together a long while. Outside, far below the ledge, the sea of stars went on with its business. Somewhere up the cliff in his alcove, a small boy slept under a thin wool blanket with his hand resting near a wooden duck. Above the cavern, very high up, a comet passed across the underside of a sky that did not, in its ordinary courses, have weather. The comet passed slowly and politely, the way a comet passes when its lord has sent it to mark a long night. In the world above, far away, an instrument on a high shelf in a tower in a Scottish castle stayed, as it had stayed for 10 years, very still. In the dungeons of the same castle, a man with black hair and a black expression sat at his desk in the early morning before classes, marking essays with a red quill. He had marked many essays. He had never, in all those years, marked one with patience. He did not know yet that an 11-year-old child who looked very much like his mother would walk into his classroom in the autumn and take the red quill out of his hands by being, simply, capable. He would have been startled if anyone had told him this. He would have laughed in the way he laughed, which was not in fact a laugh. He would also, although he would not have been able to say so, have begun to hope. Chapter 3. The Letter Back. The letter was supposed to be delivered by Owl. The owl made it as far as the second sky, which was the sky between the lower atmosphere of mortals and the upper layers where the older roads ran. It was a perfectly competent school owl. It had been trained, since it was a hatchling, to find the recipient of any letter sealed with the wax of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it had a particular gift for unusual addresses. It had once delivered a letter to a wizard living inside a glacier. It had once delivered a letter to a witch hiding in the mind of a sea god. It had never failed. It was about to fail. It was halfway across the second sky when a man in a gray suit and a pair of winged sandals fell into step beside it. "Good morning," the man said politely. The owl turned its head. The owl had not been expecting company. The man was running. The man was, in fact, running on nothing. The second sky was empty by definition. That was the point of it, and the running did not appear to inconvenience him. He kept pace with the owl easily. He had a smile that was friendly without being warm, the kind of smile a particularly polished diplomat will produce at a state funeral. "That letter," the man said, "if I might." He held out his hand. The owl, who had been delivering letters for a long time and had never had one taken from it mid-air, made a sound of cautious indignation. The man's smile did not move. The man's eyes were a kind of gray that suggested the hand he had held out was not, in fact, asking. The owl, after a moment, dropped the letter into the man's palm. "Thank you," Hermes said. "I will see this is delivered. You may tell your school that the letter was lost in a storm and that you delivered the storm a piece of your mind. They will believe you. School owls have a fine reputation for indignation. Off you go." The owl, somewhat dazed, banked left and went home. Hermes opened the letter as he walked. He read it. He raised both eyebrows at the part about the broomstick rule. He folded it again neatly and tucked it inside his coat. "Well," he said to himself, "it is going to be an interesting year for everyone." He stepped sideways into the cavern between worlds. He did not knock. He did not need to. He had, of all the gods, the easiest entry to most rooms. He was, professionally, the one who carried things between, and a doorway he could not cross was a doorway he had not yet had occasion to consider. He walked in along the wall, past the runes, which dimmed politely to acknowledge him, and stopped at a respectful distance from the stone table where the Furies were eating their breakfast. Megaera saw him first. "Sweet messenger," she said, "sit, eat. Do not pretend you have somewhere to be. You have brought us a letter and it is making your coat lopsided." "It is making my coat lopsided," Hermes agreed. He sat. He produced the letter and laid it on the table next to the fig jam. "From a school in Scotland. Addressed to one Mr. H. Potter, the cliff cavern between worlds, third alcove on the left, wool blanket." The address is, I will say, more accurate than school owls usually manage. "The school knows where he is," Alecto said without surprise. "The school's owls know," Hermes said. "There is a difference. The school itself does not. The owl was on its way. I intercepted in the second sky. Discreetly. Always." Megaera picked up the letter. She broke the seal with her thumbnail, the way she had once broken open a sealed urn that had contained a man who had bricked himself into a tomb to escape a debt. She had known where the air hole was, and she had broken the seal at exactly that point, and she had not on that occasion been gentle. She was being gentle now. The letter unfolded under her hands without protest. She read it aloud. Her dry voice gave each clause the weight of a slow joke. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." She folded it again. She set it on the table. She drank her tea. "Well," she said, "there it is." Alecto, at the head of the table, looked across at Tisiphone. Tisiphone was eating fig jam off a piece of bread very neatly and had not yet looked up. Tisiphone was the third vote in any matter that concerned the boy. Alecto and Megaera had agreed long ago that Tisiphone, having been the one to lift him out of the cot, had a casting voice on his behalf in matters of his own life. Tisiphone had agreed by saying nothing, which was how she agreed to most things. "He should choose," Tisiphone said when she had finished her bread. "It is not a small choice," Alecto said. "He has been raised on the law of consequence. He will weigh it." "He is 10, Megaera said. "Sweet things, he is 10. He weighs everything to a quarter of an ounce. It is exhausting." "Then he weighs it," Tisiphone said, "and we abide by what he chooses." Alecto considered. Then she nodded once. "Bring him in." Harry came in. He had been in the side cavern with Hecate, who had been visiting since the previous evening, and who had that morning been showing him how the runes on the wall were laid out, which were ward runes, which were name runes, which were the small clever runes for keeping the bread fresh on the table. He liked Hecate. Hecate did not pet him or call him by names of endearment. Hecate spoke to him as though he were a colleague, which, at 10, no one else in any world had ever done, and which suited him on the whole. Hecate came in behind him. She greeted Hermes with a slight inclination of her head, which was as close as she ever got to a friendly hello, and she sat down at the far end of the table without taking food. "There is a letter for you, ours," Tisiphone said. "From the school, read it." Harry sat. He read it. He read it twice, the second time with his finger under the lines, which was a habit Megaera had taught him for important documents. He looked up. "They want me to come," he said. "They do," Alecto said. "What do you want me to do?" Megaera made a sound. Alecto held up a hand to her mildly. "What we want," Alecto said, "is not the question. The question is what you want. We have raised you. We have given you the law. We have given you the cavern and what is in it. We have not, to this point, asked you to make any large choice. This is a large choice. We give it to you." He thought about it. He did not think for very long. He had, in fact, been thinking about it since Tisiphone had told him under the fig tree that there was a school for wizards and that he was owed a place at it. He had thought about it on the walk down the cliff, toward the river, when Tisiphone had let him take a frightened soldier most of the way to the boat. He had thought about it the morning after, when he had woken up early and gone to look at the runes on the cavern wall, and had realized he had been looking at them every morning of his life, and that he did not, on consideration, know what it was like to look at a different wall. "I want to go," he said. "You are sure?" Alecto said. "I am sure." Why? It was not a hostile why. It was the why of a magistrate making sure a witness understood what she had just sworn to. Harry took it as such. He answered the way Megaera had taught him to answer such questions, with the truth that was the most useful one. "Because I do not know what wizards are," he said. "I have read about them. I have read everything you have given me, but I have not been near one. Hermes does not count, sorry Hermes. Hecate doesn't count either, sorry Hecate. I have been raised by you and I love you, but I am one of them by blood and I want to know what they are. If I do not know, I cannot decide later what to do about them. And I think there are going to be decisions to make later. The man who killed my mother is one of them, and you have told me he will come back. I should know what kind of people he comes from. I should know what kind he is." The cavern was quiet for a moment. Hermes at the table made a small sound that was almost a whistle. "Sisters," he said, conversationally. Isn't he?" "He is," Alecto said. There was no inflection on it. "He has been telling us this for several years now in different words. He did not need the question. He has answered the question many times. I asked it for the form." Megaera reached across the table and took Harry's hand. She held it for a moment. She looked at it as though she were measuring something. Then she let it go. "All right, sweetheart," she said. "We send the owl, you go to your school, you come home in the holidays. You come home in any weekend you choose. The cavern stays open. Do you understand?" "Yes." "And if a wizard puts his hand on you in anger," she said, "you tell us. You do not handle it yourself. You tell us. We collect." Harry considered her. He had heard her use that tone on a shade once, a thief who had begun to argue. He had not seen what she had done to the shade because Tisiphone had taken him out to the ledge while it was happening, but he had heard the sound. "Yes, grandmother," he said. "Good boy." "I will send the owl," Hermes said, rising from his bench. "I will take the boy down to the world above also when the time comes. He will need a guide. His first crossing should be properly accompanied. I would consider it a favor, sisters, if you would let me do that part." The Furies considered. Then Tisiphone, who was always the third and was always counted, said, "Done. We trust you with him on the road. You will return him to the cavern by sundown that day, intact." "Of course." "Hermes," Alecto said, "if any wizard or witch puts his hand on him in anger while he is in your care, you will not, I trust, handle it yourself." Hermes smiled. It was the same smile he had given the owl. "I would not dream of robbing you, sisters," he said. "I will deliver him intact. I will deliver any complaint I encounter to your address." "Good boy," Megaera said dryly. He bowed to her, which was the only form of acknowledgement he ever made of her tone, and left the way he had come in. Hecate, at the far end of the table, who had not spoken during the discussion, finally did. "Boy," she said. He looked at her. She was looking at him the way she looked at any new thing she found interesting, not friendly, not unfriendly, simply attentive. The way a great cat is attentive when it has not yet decided whether the small thing in front of it is food or company. "You will go to a school that will teach you wand magic," she said. "It is not the only kind of magic. It is one of the small kinds. It is the kind your kin know best. You will learn it well, you have a good hand. When you have mastered it, you will come to me, and I will teach you the older kinds." "Yes, lady," he said, which was how she liked to be addressed. "You will not boast at school of what you know. No, lady. You will not tell them where you were raised. No, lady. You will tell them you were raised by your grandmothers in the country. Yes, lady, that is what they have already told me to say." "Good," Hecate said. She rose. She did not normally eat in the cavern. She had stayed for the discussion as a courtesy. She walked out the way she had walked in, which was through the back wall of the cavern, through a doorway that was not ordinarily there, and which was there for her because she had built it. The runes on the wall darkened as she passed and brightened again behind her. The Furies, Harry, and the breakfast were once more alone. "Eat," Megaera said. "Eat, sweet love. Tomorrow Hermes takes you shopping and you will need your strength. Mortals are exhausting in numbers. You have been around 3 of us at a time for 10 years. Diagon Alley will be a number of mortals you have not previously encountered all at once. Will I be all right?" "You will be more than all right," Tisiphone said. Her hand was on his shoulder. "You are ours. You walk into rooms ours. The only thing you must remember is to not let the noise startle your face. You may be startled inside. You may not be startled where they can see it. Mortals notice surprise. They take advantage of it." "Yes, grandmother. And if anyone speaks an oath to you," Alecto said, "you remember it. We will collect on it later if it goes unkept. We do not in the world above intervene unbidden, but if you carry an oath home to us, we will hold it on your behalf." "Yes, grandmother. Good child." Diagon Alley smelled of broken bricks and ale, and the small green smell of the apothecary at the far end of the road. Harry stood at the entrance, just inside the leaky cauldron's backyard, and let it land on him for a moment before he moved. Hermes at his elbow had the patience of a god who had done this kind of orientation before. "Take it slowly," Hermes said. "There is no schedule, we have all day." There were a great many people. Harry had not, as Megaera had warned, encountered this many at one time before. The cavern between worlds had a steady flow of 1 or 2 visitors a season. Diagon Alley on a sunny Tuesday in August had hundreds. He counted them in groups without really meaning to, the way Megaera had taught him to count people in a marketplace by counting hats, and he had reached 200 when Hermes, gently, put a hand on the back of his neck. "Out of your head, please," Hermes said. "You will trip on something. There is a witch with a cauldron full of newts ahead of us and she is not paying attention. We do not on principle want to be involved with newts. Walk." Harry walked. They went to the bookshop first because Harry had asked. He had asked because the books on the list were the only items he did not, in some form, already have at home. Megaera had collected most of the apparatus over the summer through quiet channels. The books were the things she had not been able to get ahead of him. She had not been sure which editions the school would require, and she had not wanted to give him the wrong year. Hermes paid the bookseller in coins he had drawn from a small leather purse he carried for these errands. He paid in the right kind of coin. The bookseller, who saw a great many strange families come through her shop in the weeks before term, did not ask questions. They went to the apothecary. They went to the cauldron shop. They went to the trunk maker, who was an old man with 1 good eye and 1 made of glass, and who took 1 look at Harry and said, "What's a boy like you want with a school trunk? You look like you've been to school already." Harry, as Megaera had instructed him, smiled and said he had been home-schooled by his grandmothers. The old man, satisfied with the answer, sold him a sturdy oak trunk with brass fittings and threw in a leather strap free of charge. They went to Madame Malkin's for robes. This was the first place where Harry was put alone, briefly. Hermes, who had been at his shoulder all morning, was needed at the counter to settle the question of payment, and Madame Malkin had Harry stand on a small stool while she pinned the hem of a robe up to length. There was another boy on the stool next to him, also being fitted, who Madame Malkin had been ignoring since Harry had walked in because the other boy was, Harry quickly realized, of the kind of family that did not require Madame Malkin's full attention to know what they wanted. The other boy was pale, sharp-faced, blonde, and bored. "Hogwarts, too," the boy said without much interest. "Yes," Harry said. "My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands," the boy said. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry said, "Have you got your own broom?" "Number play Quidditch at all?" "Number I do," the boy said. "Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet?" "No," Harry said again. He was answering with the smallest words he could. He was, on Megaera's instructions, being polite without being interesting. The boy did not seem to find this any obstacle to conversation. "Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" "I say, look at that man," the boy said suddenly and nodded at the window. A great bearded man had just gone past, carrying 2 ice creams and looking, in the way large men sometimes look in a busy street, slightly lost. "That's Hagrid. He works at Hogwarts. He's a sort of servant, isn't he? Some sort of savage, lives in a hut on the school grounds and gets drunk and tries to do magic and ends up setting fire to his own bed." Harry watched the bearded man pass. He felt, rather than thought, that this was the man who had ridden out in the rain 10 years ago and had stood weeping in an empty nursery. Hermes had, in the cab between the leaky cauldron and the alley, mentioned him in passing. Harry had not at that point taken the name in. He took it in now. He did not move his face. He had been trained in this by Tisiphone, who had years ago told him that the worst thing a child could do in front of an enemy was let his face be useful. He let his face be empty. "He looks kind," Harry said. The boy on the next stool laughed, a short laugh. "Kind, I suppose. He's a savage. They keep him around because he's useful for the dirty jobs." "Oh, but you wouldn't know. You don't know my name, do you? I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. What's your name?" "Harry." "Just Harry. Harry will do," Harry said. Madame Malkin, who had been finishing the pinwork, said briskly, "There you go, dear, you're done." Harry stepped down off the stool. He did not normally intervene. Megaera had drilled into him that intervention was a habit one developed, and once one had developed it, one was at the world's mercy. He did not on this occasion intervene in the large sense. He did not raise his voice. He did not correct. He did, on his way past Draco's stool, say very quietly, "Words are oaths. Be careful with yours." He had said it in Alecto's voice. He had not meant to. Alecto's voice had come out of him because the line was Alecto's line, and he had heard her say it many times to many shades, and the line carried with it a kind of weight he had not, until that moment, realized he could lift. Draco, on the other stool, went very still. He stared at Harry. He did not say anything. He did not, on consideration, know what he would say. The pale, sharp face had gone, briefly, paler. He recovered quickly in the way of children who have been brought up to recover quickly. He produced a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Right," he said. "Right. Well, see you on the train." "See you on the train," Harry said. He walked out of the shop. Hermes was waiting at the door. Hermes, without comment, fell into step beside him. "What did you say to that one?" Hermes asked after a moment. "I told him to be careful with his words." "Did you?" "Yes." "In whose voice?" "Alecto's." Hermes said, "Good, he will remember that. He may not know why he remembers it. He will remember it. You have laid a small thing in him, ours. It will work on him for a long time." "I did not mean to." "Of course you did," Hermes said kindly. You were raised by Aranais. You will mean to do these things even when you do not, on the surface, mean to. Welcome to your inheritance. They went last to the wand maker. Ollivander's was a narrow shop, tall and dim, and the wand maker himself was a small old man with eyes that were a strange color at the back of them, the color of something that had been worn smooth by being used too often. Hermes stood in the doorway. He did not ever enter wand shops. The reasons were, he had once told Harry, professional and old. Harry went in alone. Ah, Mr. Ollivander said. He had been sitting on a high stool behind the counter and had risen when the bell rang. He was looking at Harry with a steady, intent look that, Harry noticed, did not blink. Mr. Potter, I have been wondering when I would see you. It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here buying their first wands. Yes, sir, Harry said. Come and stand here. Hold out your wand arm. The right one, is it? Yes, just so. Mr. Ollivander's tape measure had a mind of its own and did the measuring without being told. Mr. Ollivander himself had gone to the shelves and was pulling boxes down. He set the first one on the counter. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Harry took it. He waved it. Nothing happened. No, number, try this one. Maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy. Harry waved it. Nothing happened. Mr. Ollivander brought down a third. He brought down a fourth. He brought down a fifth. The pile of rejected boxes grew. He was, Harry noticed, becoming pleased rather than discouraged. He was also watching Harry with a different kind of interest. The kind of interest he had begun with had been the interest of a man receiving a customer he had been waiting for. The new interest was the interest of a man encountering a customer he had not, in fact, been waiting for in quite this form. You are a difficult fit, Mr. Potter, he said. Most boys have the wand chosen within 4 or 5 tries. You are at, let me see, 16. I would say there is something in you the wand has not yet reached, if you understand me. I understand you, sir. Do you? Mr. Ollivander said. He looked at Harry a moment longer. He did not, by the look of him, understand what Harry meant by I understand you, but he registered that Harry had said it deliberately, and he registered that the deliberation was unusual in a boy of 11, and he filed both observations away. Let us try one more. He went to the back of the shop and took down a long, thin box from a high shelf. He carried it back with the care a man uses for a thing he is not sure he should be touching. He laid it on the counter. He opened it. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple. Try it. Harry took it. The wand was warm in his hand from the moment he closed his fingers around it. It was the warmth of a thing greeting a person it had been waiting for. He raised it. He had not yet thought of a wave. He had not, in fact, thought of anything. The wand was doing the thinking. A thin trail of red and gold sparks left the tip of it and arced across the dim shop and fell slowly to the floor, where they extinguished themselves with a sound like coals settling. Mr. Ollivander made a small, satisfied noise. Curious, he said. Curious. What is curious, sir? Oh, I think you know, Mr. Potter. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple. The phoenix that gave the feather in this wand gave one other. Only one. The other wand, I am sorry to tell you, is the wand that gave you that scar. Harry stood very still. He did not, by the look of him, react. He had been trained not to. Inside, he was not surprised. He had been told by Tisiphone that the man who had attacked him had been a wizard, and he had been told that the man's magic and his own would have a kind of recognition between them, and he had been told that this recognition was a thing to be aware of without being afraid of. He had taken the lesson at the time. He took it again now. Thank you for telling me, sir, he said. It is not an accident, Mr. Potter. Wands choose. Brother wands recognize each other, Harry said, not rudely but with the calm of a person finishing a sentence he had heard before. I was told. I will be careful. Mr. Ollivander looked at him a long, long time. He blinked, finally, which was the first time he had done so since Harry had walked in. He seemed to come back from a place he had not realized he had gone to. "Well," he said. "Well, 7 galleons, please, Mr. Potter." Hermes paid. They left the shop. Outside in the street, the sun had moved a quarter of the way along the rooftops. Harry, with his trunk now strapped shut and floating obediently behind Hermes by some small charm Hermes had set on it, walked back to the leaky cauldron with the wand in his pocket. His hand, of its own volition, kept going to it. He had had a wooden duck on a shelf above his bed for 10 years, and he had not, in all that time, had a single thing of his own that was made out of magic. "Well done," Hermes said quietly, as they stepped through the back door of the inn. "You did not let a single one of them frighten you. You did not let any of them flatter you either. Both will come at you in the year ahead, both more often than you think. Your grandmothers will be pleased. Thank you, Hermes. Home now." He took Harry home. The Furies were waiting. Tisiphone took the trunk and set it next to the alcove. Megaera took the wand out of the box and turned it in her hands and pronounced it a fine piece of work. Alecto sat at the table and did not say anything, which was how she said things she did not easily have words for. The 1st of September was on a Wednesday. Hermes took him to King's Cross in a black taxi he had hired in some way Harry did not ask about, and the taxi stopped at the entrance of the station, and Hermes paid the driver, who tipped his cap and drove away whistling. They went in. The station was loud. The station was full. Harry, who had been to Diagon Alley once, had a better sense of what to do with the noise this time and walked through it without any of it landing on him. Hermes took him to platform 9. He took him to platform 10. He pointed at the brick column between them. "You walk through it," Hermes said, briskly. "Do not hours hesitate. The wall does not technically exist for you. Hesitation reminds it that mortals find it difficult. Will you come with me? To the platform, I leave you there. From the platform on, you are theirs." "All right." Harry walked at the column. The column did not put up an argument. He came out the other side onto a long platform with a scarlet steam engine puffing along it and a great many parents fussing over a great many children, and Hermes beside him held out one hand briefly and shook Harry's. It was a formal handshake. Harry returned it formally. He had been taught how to shake a hand by Megaera, who had taught him by demonstrating on a startled shade. "Be well," Hermes said. "Send word with any hawk of black plumage. I will read it." "I will." "Be ours," Hermes said, which was a thing the Furies sometimes said to him in farewell, and which Hermes, who had picked up the phrase from Megaera the previous spring, used now with a small ironic acknowledgement of where he had stolen it. He vanished. The platform was full enough that no one had noticed. Harry boarded the train. He found an empty compartment near the back, set his trunk under the seat, sat by the window, and watched the platform empty itself of parents in stages. He was not alone for long. A red-haired boy with a smudge on his nose stuck his head in at the door. "Anyone sitting there?" he said, pointing at the seat opposite. "Everywhere else is full." "Sit," Harry said. The boy sat. He stuck out a hand. Ron Weasley." "Harry." "Just Harry?" Ron asked in an echo of Madame Malkin's stool. "Harry will do." Ron looked at him for a moment. Ron was, Harry could see, the kind of boy who had been brought up around several brothers and who had developed, in self-defense, the ability to take people quickly. Ron took him quickly. Ron's eyes flicked, in a way Ron did not realize he was doing, to the scar on Harry's forehead and back, and Harry watched the flick happen and did not say anything about it. "Bloody hell," Ron said quietly. Harry said, Sorry, it's all right." "Are you really?" "I'm Harry. We can leave it there for now if you don't mind." Right. Sorry." Ron, having got the question out and got the answer he had not actually been given but had received anyway, settled down. He produced a paper bag of corned beef sandwiches his mother had made him, offered one, was politely declined, ate two, and spent the rest of the first hour explaining, with great seriousness, the rules of Quidditch and the precise method by which Ron's older brother Charlie had 2 years ago broken a school broom by accidentally riding it through a hedge. Harry listened. He liked Ron. Ron was warm. Ron had no design in him. Ron's only opinion of Harry was that Harry was a person sitting opposite, and the person opposite happened to be, for various famous reasons, of interest. But the interest had not, in Ron, hardened into any kind of plan. This was, Megaera had told him, the good kind of mortal, the kind that had not yet learned to be careful. Harry decided, sitting across from Ron Weasley in the second hour of the train ride, that he was going to keep this one if he could. Halfway to the school, the door of the compartment opened a third time. A bushy-haired girl in school robes already neatly buttoned stood in the doorway. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she said. "A boy named Neville's lost one," Ron said. "Actually, that's interesting," the girl said, although nobody had said anything about anything being interesting, because toads are quite common as familiars, but most toads in the British Isles aren't traditional pets at all. They're released from the pet shop stock to encourage natural breeding patterns. So the chance of finding a particular toad on a moving train is nearly nil. I've already told Neville so. He's still looking. Anyway, I'm Hermione Granger. Who are you? Ron Weasley. Harry, she stopped. She looked at Harry. She did not, like Ron, glance at the scar. She looked at his face. Her own eyes narrowed slightly with the look of a person doing rapid mental arithmetic. "Harry Potter," she said. "That's right. Goodness, I've read about you, of course, in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. You're in a lot of books. I haven't read them. You haven't. I was raised by my grandmothers in the country. The books didn't reach us." Oh, Hermione absorbed this. "Well, you should read them when you get to school. There's a great deal of inaccurate information you should be aware of, so you can correct people. That's really the only useful thing about being in books, I think. You have the standing to correct." "That is good advice," Harry said. He meant it. He was pleased with her. She blinked at the praise as if she did not in conversation often receive any, and then she rallied. "Well, I'll leave you to change. We're nearly there." She left. Ron, watching her go, made a face. "Bit much, isn't she? She's nervous." "Is she? She talks a lot when she's nervous. Listen to the order of her sentences. She is afraid of being thought stupid. She is laying out evidence." Ron looked at Harry, then at the empty doorway. "Bloody hell, how'd you know that?" "I was raised by women who watched people for a living. I picked up the trick." "That's mad. That's really mad." "It's only watching, Ron." "Yeah, still, mad." The train slowed. They changed into their robes. Harry's had been sewn for him by a Persephone in her winter aspect, who had stayed up late with the apprentice tailor at Madame Malkin's and had, when the apprentice was not looking, added a small dark thread along the inside of the collar that meant the robe would always sit exactly right on him. He had not known Persephone could sew. He knew now. The train stopped at a small dark platform. They stepped out into the cool evening. A great voice was calling, "Furs years. Furs years over here." It was the bearded man Draco had pointed at in the street. The man's face in the platform light was kinder than anything Draco had said about it. The man was leaning down toward the children, lantern raised, and his eyes had the wet look of someone who, having waited a long time for a thing he had given up on, was about to see it. He saw Harry. His mouth opened. His mouth closed. He did not, that Harry could tell, recognize the face. Harry had been a year old the last time this man had been in a room with him, but he registered, very clearly, the scar. He came over. He bent down to Harry's height, which involved bending a great deal. "Your Harry ain't yet," he said very quietly. "I heard, they told me at the staff meeting. Ye look like both of 'em, James and Lily, both of 'em." His eyes had gone wet. He did not seem ashamed of it. "Yes," Harry said, "I am Harry. Where have ye been, lad? Where have ye been all this time?" "With my grandmother's," Harry said gently, because the man was crying without crying, and Harry did not, on consideration, want to cause him any further pain than he was already in. "I have been with my grandmothers. They were very kind to me. I am here now." "You're here," the man said. He passed his enormous hand over his eyes and rallied. He stood up. "Right, right, boats this way. Furs years in the boats. For to a boat mind your fingers." They went down to the boats. The lake was dark. The castle, when it came into view across the water, was not what Harry had expected. He had expected a building. He saw a fortress. He saw towers and windows lit and battlements and a long sloping shoulder of stone going down into the water, and behind it the dark line of a forest that did not, even from this distance, look entirely friendly. He thought, sitting in the boat with Ron and Hermione and the boy who had lost the toad, a fortress for children. He thought, they will need someone here who knows the law. He thought, I am here. He did not say any of these things. He sat in the boat and let it carry him across the lake. And the lake, which had a great deal of attention paid to it by the things that lived in its depths, did not bother him on the crossing, because the things in the depths had felt the crossing of a child who carried, faintly and in pieces, the smell of brimstone and roses and old underwater stone, and they had decided collectively to let him pass without commentary. The boat came in to the far shore. A second man, bald and elderly, helped them out. They walked up a long flight of stone stairs and then up another, and at the top of the second flight a tall woman in dark green robes was waiting for them with her hands folded at her waist and a face that did not, Harry noted, give anything away. "The first year's Hagrid," she said. "The first year's Professor. Thank you, I will take them from here." She turned. She led them through the great oak doors. Harry, going in with the others, felt the thread back to the cavern between worlds tug, very faintly, in the place behind his ribs. Tisiphone had told him it would. Tisiphone had told him to feel for it whenever he wanted to know that he was not alone. He felt for it. It was there. He went in. Chapter 4. Sorted. The great hall was a kind of indoors that pretended to be outdoors. Harry, walking in among the first years, looked up at it once and made a small private note of approval. Persephone had told him about the bewitched ceiling at Hogwarts the previous spring. She had described it the way one describes a friend's clever choice of wallpaper. Harry had thought at the time that she was exaggerating. She had not been. Stars hung up there, real to the eye, and a thin moon, and a few clouds that were going about their evening business above the candles. The candles, by the thousand, hung in midair without strings. The 4 long tables stretched away under the candles, and at every place along the tables a face was turned toward the door, and the faces all had the same expression. It was the expression of people who had had a long summer and were pretending that the noise of new children did not interest them, while in fact watching with great interest. Harry recognized the expression. He had seen Megaera wear it when she was pretending not to be paying attention to a shade who was about to confess. A stool stood at the front of the hall. On the stool stood a hat. The hat was old, patched, soot-smeared, and was, Harry could see, very pleased with itself. The hall went quiet. A seam at the brim of the hat opened. The hat sang. It sang for a while. The song was not in itself important. It was a list of the houses, with each one's virtues, told in the kind of rhyme that an enchanted hat can write when it has had 1,000 years to get the meter right. Harry listened. He listened the way Megaera had taught him to listen to a witness. He did not absorb the song, he absorbed the singer. The hat was old. The hat was lonely. The hat was not, on consideration, malicious. The hat was a tool that had been left in a corner for 9 months a year, and only brought out for one ceremony. And the song was the hat's way of stretching a voice that did not get used very often. The song ended. Professor McGonagall, the tall woman who had brought them in from the lake, unrolled a long parchment. "When I call your name," she said, "you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbot Hannah, A small girl with pigtails went forward. The hat came down on her head. The hat thought for a moment. The hat called, "Hufflepuff." The yellow and black table burst into applause. Hannah Abbott went to it. The next name was called. Harry and the line of first years watched the pattern. Some children were sorted in a second. The hat barely seemed to settle. Some took longer. The Bones girl took 10 seconds. The Boot boy took 15. He timed them under his breath. Megaera had told him, "Count the time on each one hours. You will learn the spread of the data without anyone telling you what the data is." Hermione Granger went to the stool. She sat down. The hat came down. The hat thought for nearly half a minute. Then it called, "Gryffindor." Hermione, looking pleased and trying not to, went to the red and gold table. Ron Weasley, when he was called, was sorted into the same house in less time than it took him to set the hat on his head. The hat had clearly seen Weasleys before. Malfoy, Draco. The hat had hardly touched the head when it shouted Slytherin. Draco, looking smug in the way of children who have been told all their lives that smugness is a family trait, went to the green and silver table. Potter Harry. The hall went still in the particular way a hall goes still when no one is moving and no one has made a sound and no one has arranged for the stillness. It has happened on its own. Harry walked forward. He did not hurry. He did not, conversely, dawdle. He went up to the stool, sat down, and Professor McGonagall set the hat on his head. The brim came down over his eyes. He was now in the dark. "Well," said a small voice in his ear. "Hello," Harry said in his head. There was a pause. Then the small voice in his ear made a sound that was almost a laugh. "You can think to me, most cannot. They speak, they expect me to overhear. You speak to me directly, that is rare. Where were you raised, child?" "I was raised by my grandmothers." "Yes, I see them. I would not have known their names. I know them now. Aranise. I have not in 1,000 years on this stool sorted a child raised by Aranise. The school has been a long time without a thing it had not before encountered." "Do you have to tell anyone?" "I do not. The school does not require my reports. The school requires my decisions. My decisions are mine. My reports I keep to myself mostly for a year until I have done all the year's work. By that time the matter has usually settled itself." "Thank you. Now, child, where to put you? There is courage in you. You did not flinch in the boats, and you did not flinch coming up the hall, and many do, and most do not even know they have. There is cunning in you. You are watching the room as you sit on this stool, and you are watching me, and you are listening for what I will say so that you can adjust. There is loyalty in you, fierce and quiet. There is mind in you. You are intelligent in the way of someone who has been taught that ignorance is dangerous, which is the most useful kind of intelligence. You would do in any of the 4 houses. The 4 founders, were they here, would have argued over you with the cordial bitterness with which mothers argue over a marriageable son. Where do I go? The question is what we use you for. The school's tradition is to put a child where his strengths will best be honed. The school's tradition is also to put a child where his weaknesses will best be patched. These 2 purposes are sometimes in tension. In your case, they are not. Your weakness, child, is that you were raised gentle. The world above is not gentle. The house I have in mind will not soften you, but it will teach you to recognize faster than the others when a knife is being drawn. You will need that. You will need it sooner than I would like. Slytherin. Yes, do you object? I do not. My grandmothers told me to expect any of the 4. They told me I should not in any case take it personally. Wise women, very well, Slytherin. The last word the hat said out loud. The Slytherin table broke into applause. The other 3 tables did not. The other 3 tables sat in a silence that was not the silence of confusion. It was the silence of expectation that had been thwarted. Harry, taking the hat off his head, glanced once at the staff table and then once at the green and silver table and went to it without comment. Professor McGonagall, with the hat in her hand, did not say anything. Her face did not move. Her eyes followed him across the floor. At the staff table, Two faces in particular did not look away from him. Albus Dumbledore, in his great chair at the center of the table, watched Harry sit down at the Slytherin bench with the face of a man who has been writing a long letter to a friend and has just realized, on reading it back, that he has misnamed the friend in the salutation. He did not immediately alter his expression. He set his goblet down. He put his fingertips together. He looked at Harry for a long moment and then, quite deliberately, looked at the wall opposite. Severus Snape, at the headmaster's right hand, looked at Harry and then could not for a moment look away. He had heard that morning in the staff meeting that the Potter child was alive and was coming to the school. He had heard that the child had been recovered. McGonagall had used the word recovered, which had been a strange word for it, from the place where he had been raised, and that the place had not been disclosed to the staff, and that the child was, McGonagall had added with a small dry adjustment of her glasses, a little different from what we had been led to expect. What Severus Snape had been led to expect was a boy who looked like James Potter, who would walk into the hall with his father's hair sticking up the way his father's had stuck up, and his father's face wearing his father's smug expression, and his father's slouch. Severus Snape had been led to expect this so vividly over the course of 10 years that he had built a small private corner of his life around the resentment he intended to deliver to that boy. The boy who walked into the hall did not have James Potter's hair. He had James Potter's hair. They were not the same thing. The hair was the same. The manner of it was not. The boy did not slouch. The boy walked the way Severus had once seen a centaur walk through a forest, straight, attentive, and slow. The boy carried his shoulders the way none of the Potters had ever carried theirs. The boy had Lily Evans's eyes. The eyes had not been a surprise. He had been told the eyes. Hagrid had said it that morning, blowing his nose on his sleeve. It was the way the eyes were used. Lily had used those eyes. She had used them to look at people the way Severus had once seen her look at a frightened cat in a Cockworth alley when she was 9 years old, directly, attentively, and without the slightest impulse to hurry the cat. The boy used them the same way. The boy was looking at the staff table now. The boy was looking at Severus. The child did not, by the look of him, recognize Severus by sight. He registered the face, though Severus could see the registration happen, and registered in particular that this was the man at the right hand of the headmaster, and Severus could see him file the face and move on, the way an Auror files a face at a hostile dinner party. Severus closed his hand around the stem of his goblet so that he would not by accident lift it. He had not eaten anything yet, and he did not, on consideration, intend to. The sorting finished. Dumbledore stood and made the welcome speech, which involved a number of his usual cheerful nonsense words. Harry, at the Slytherin table, did not laugh at the nonsense words, but he smiled at them politely. He had been raised by Tisiphone, who had taught him that there was no harm in giving a kindly old man the courtesy of an attentive face when he was making a small joke at his own expense in front of children. The food arrived. Harry ate. He ate the way he had been taught to eat at the cavern table, slowly, with attention. He took small portions. He took a second helping when the dish came around again, because Megaera had taught him that the second helping was a kindness to the cook, who had made enough food for everyone to eat well, and who was insulted when half of it went back to the kitchen untouched. The cooks at Hogwarts were not in the hall. They would not themselves see the second helping. But the food itself would notice, and the food would tell the cooks the next morning when it was time to plan tomorrow's meal, and the cooks would thank Harry without knowing they were doing it. Draco, several seats down the bench, made an attempt at conversation. He had come some way out of the encounter at Madame Malkin's. He had recovered the easy confidence that was, in his family, a kind of birthright. He was, Harry thought, a child who had been told all his life that he was important, and the news had not been dishonest. The family was old. The family was rich. The family had a known seat, but the news had been simplified, and simplified information always rang flat in the mouth of a child who had not yet learned to add the missing complications. "Potter," Draco said, "you're at our table after all." "I am." Surprised. Numbered Draco frowned at him. He had been hoping for surprise. Surprise would have given him a position from which to be patronizing. Without surprise, he had nothing, and he was not, at 11, sufficiently practiced in conversation to make a position out of nothing. "My father," he tried, "will be pleased to hear." "Will he? He thought you had been raised by Muggles." "I have not. I was raised by my grandmothers in the country." "Your grandmothers on your father's side?" "On neither side. They are not blood relations. They took me in." "That's strange." "It is what happened." Draco watched him for a moment. He was, Harry could see, recalibrating. He had been told a great deal about Harry Potter on his father's knee, and none of it had included grandmothers in the country. He was in the small sliding way of children with strict parents, allowing himself to be curious. What were they like? Harry considered the question. He considered for a long moment what to say. He had been told never to lie. He had also been told never to tell the whole truth to anyone he did not fully trust. Tisiphone's rule, tell a true thing slant. "They were strict," he said. "They were kind. They taught me a great deal. They taught me that words are oaths and a man who breaks his is owed an answer." Draco made a face. "That's a heavy way to talk about words, Potter." "It is. It is the way I was raised." He went back to his pudding. Draco, after a pause, went back to his. They did not speak for the rest of the meal. The boy sitting on Harry's other side, a stocky, dark-haired boy named Theodore, took the opportunity of Draco's defeat to introduce himself in a quiet, level voice, and to describe, at some length and without heat, the rules for getting around the prefect on the way to the dormitory at night. Harry filed the rules. Theodore filed Harry. By the time pudding was done, the two of them had, without ever saying so, established the kind of careful peace that two intelligent strangers establish when neither of them has the energy or the interest in a fight. The Slytherin dormitory was under the lake. Harry had been told this, but the seeing of it landed differently than the telling. The common room was deep and green, with a low ceiling and high windows full of dark water in which slow shapes moved past. The fire in the grate was a steady orange. The chairs were old and good. Two prefects were standing near the fire, waiting to give the welcome speech. Behind them, on a tapestry, a snake the size of a man's arm was moving along the wall with the patient slowness of a snake who has all night to get from one end to the other. The senior prefect, a pale, dark-haired girl, gave the welcome speech. The speech was short. The speech was about loyalty, discretion, and the principle that whatever one did to make a fool of oneself in another house, one did not do here. Harry approved of the speech. He had heard Alecto give a similar one once, to a young shade who had been brought up by Ovid and who was inclined to be theatrical. He went to bed in a room with 4 other boys. He slept poorly. He had not, in 11 years, slept anywhere except the alcove in the cavern between worlds, and the bed at Hogwarts, while perfectly clean and perfectly soft, did not have the cavern's quiet. The cavern's quiet had been the absence of all sounds except the fire and the breath of 3 women he loved. The dormitory at Hogwarts was the noise of 4 boys breathing in their sleep, and the slow water over the high windows, and the sigh of an old building settling into its overnight bones. He lay awake for a long while. He felt for the thread back to the cavern. It was there. He kept his hand on it in his mind, and in time he slept. He dreamt. He stood on the ledge above the sea of stars, and Tisiphone was there. She was seated under the fig tree. She did not get up. She held out her hand. He went and sat next to her. "You are at school hours," she said. "I am. How was the first day?" "Long, loud. I am tired. I do not, on consideration, dislike it." "No." There are interesting people. There is a man at the staff table who watched me without looking at me. He has the look of a man who knew my mother. He is the one Hagrid said taught potions. He has the kind of grief that has been folded so many times that it has become a small, hard square. I would like to be careful with him." "You would," she said. "Be careful with him. He carries a wound that you are, by being yourself, going to press on. He will dislike you for a while because of this. The dislike will not be personal. Be patient with it. It will, in time, transmute." "Yes, grandmother. And the headmaster. He looked at me as though he were rewriting something on a page. I think he had been writing a long plan with my name on it, and he is rewriting the plan because the name does not match what he had assumed about it. He is a clever man. Megaera said he would be. And the boy at your table, the blonde one, he is a child. He is afraid of being thought small. I told him that words were oaths. He did not understand. He understood enough to leave me alone. That will do for now." "Good," she said. She put her hand on his hair. "Sleep hours. The dream is short. I cannot stay long. The piece in your scar is restless tonight because it is in a building it knows. The man who tried to kill you set foot in this castle. There is residue. You may dream other things. Some will be his, not yours. Do not be alarmed by them. They cannot hurt you. They can only show you what he saw. Do not look at them directly. Look at them as you would look at a frightened animal, with your face turned a quarter sideways." "Yes, grandmother, sleep." He slept. He did dream other things. He did not look at them directly. They lost interest in him after a while and went back to wherever they came from. By dawn the dream was over. He woke in the green dim of the dormitory, with the slow water moving over the windows, and he lay there for a long time before he got up. He went to a window. In the dark green water outside, a creature with a long body and a placid face was passing. It was not a fish. It was not a serpent. It was something the lake had had for a long time and had not for a long time been asked to name. It looked at him through the glass without any opinion. He looked back at it without any opinion. Eventually it moved on. Beyond the water somewhere, the forbidden forest stood at the lake's edge in the morning mist. He could not see it from the dormitory. He felt it, the way Tisiphone had taught him to feel for the thread back to the cavern. He felt it, too. There was something in the forest that was paying attention. He felt for the thread back to the cavern. It was there. He held it for a moment. Then he let it rest, the way one lets a rope rest in a coil at one's feet without putting it away. The first week of class was, in its own way, an education in watching. He watched the other Slytherins. He watched the other houses across the corridor. He watched the staff. He watched the castle. The castle, he discovered, had its own opinions. It was not merely a building. It moved in small ways when it thought no one was looking. A staircase that had been one place on Monday was a few feet to the left on Wednesday. A door that had not previously opened for him on Thursday, onto a small disused classroom that smelled of beeswax and old chalk. He stepped in, looked around, and stepped out again. The door closed behind him. The next time he passed that corridor it was only a wall. He liked the castle. He approved of its discretion. Charms went well. Professor Flitwick was a small, quick man with a thin, dark voice who taught with the patience of a man who had been teaching for a long time and had not, on consideration, lost his temper since his second year on the job. Harry's wand, holly and phoenix feather, was warm in his hand and obedient. He learned the levitation charm in 3 tries. He sat down again as if nothing had happened. Professor Flitwick made a small mark in his ledger. Transfiguration was slower. Professor McGonagall did not, unlike Flitwick, hand out praise. Her praise was the absence of correction. She gave him a great deal of absence of correction in the first lesson. Harry, on his way out, stopped briefly at her desk. "Professor, Mr. Potter, thank you for the lesson." She looked at him over her glasses. "Mr. Potter, politeness is rare in first years and I will not punish you for it. But I do not require thanks for my lessons. I require attention. You have given me the latter, We will get on." "Yes, Professor." He left. She watched him go. She made a small mark in her own ledger which she kept on the corner of her desk and which only she ever read. The mark was the symbol for an unusual student. It was, in her notation, also the symbol for a student who would give her trouble in a different way than she had been expecting, although she was not yet sure how. Defense against the dark arts was the worst class. The new professor was a young man named Quirrell, who wore a great purple turban that he claimed had been given to him by an African prince in gratitude for a service involving a zombie. He stuttered. He smelled, faintly, of garlic. The classroom smelled, faintly, of something else underneath the garlic that Harry could not, at first, identify. Harry sat in the second row of the first lesson and listened. He listened to Professor Quirrell explain the defensive theory of low-grade jinxes. He listened to Professor Quirrell stutter. He listened also to the room. On the back of his neck, a slow, cool sensation began about 10 minutes into the lesson and did not stop. His scar burned. It was the first time it had ever burned. He had not known what the burning would feel like. Tisiphone had told him it would when the man's magic was nearby, but neither of them had described it in detail. The burning was the small bright pain of a coal pressed against skin. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds. It went away. It did not, while it was happening, alter Harry's expression by any amount that anyone in the classroom would have noticed. He had been raised by Tisiphone. His face had been instructed since he was 4 years old not to be useful to enemies. He let the lesson end. He put his books in his bag. He walked out into the corridor with the others. He went, without making a particular decision to do so, to the Slytherin common room and to a corner of it, and sat down on the rug by the fire and thought. The man, Tisiphone had said, was in pieces. One of the pieces was in his scar. Other pieces were elsewhere. The man, Tisiphone had said, would gather himself. The man, Tisiphone had said, would come for him eventually. The man, it seemed, had not waited. Harry sat on the rug for half an hour. He did not, on consideration, send word to the cavern that night. He had been told never to send word for a small thing. He had been told to send word for a thing he could not handle alone. The burning had not been a thing he could not handle. The burning had been a thing he had handled. He filed the information. He made a private note of who had been in the room. He reminded himself to feel for the thread back to the cavern, which was still there, and he went to his next class. The potions class was on the Friday morning of the first week. The dungeon was cold. The benches were old. The walls had pickled things in jars, and the pickled things were watching. Severus Snape came into the room without speaking, swept the door shut behind him, and went to the front of the room without looking at any of them. He stood with his back to the class for a long moment, pretending to arrange a stack of papers. He did not arrange them. He was holding still. He was holding still in the way a man holds still who has been dreading a moment for 10 years and has now arrived at it, and is not sure what kind of voice he intends to use. He turned. He walked between the benches. His robes did not flap, they moved with him in a way that suggested they did not, on consideration, want to embarrass him. He stopped at the bench where Harry was sitting next to Theodore Nott. He did not speak to Theodore, he spoke to Harry. "Potter," he said, "our new celebrity." "Sir," Harry said, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry did not blink. He had read every book the cavern's library had on the subject of wand wizardry and its supporting branches, and he had read the school's curriculum books twice over the summer, and he had read, in particular, the book on potions he had bought at Diagon Alley, twice in front and once back to front. Megaera had told him, "Ours, when an enemy starts with the rare ingredient question, he is not asking the question. He is taking a measurement." "A sleeping draught of considerable potency, sir," Harry said. "The draught of living death." The room shifted very slightly. Snape did not show that anything had happened. "Where," he said, Would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. It is a stone that forms in the belly of certain ruminants and will save you from most poisons. And the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is none, sir. They are the same plant. It is also called aconite. Snape stood very still. He had not, until the third question, expected any of them to be answered. He had expected the room to laugh at him, or to laugh at the boy, or both. He had expected, in the half-minute after his first question, to be able to deliver his prepared remark about how fame was clearly not everything. He had not expected to be answered. He did not, in his face, show anything. Inside, in a place he would not, at any later moment of his life, admit to anyone, he registered something that was not anger. It was something else. It had Lily's name on it. Adequate, he said. He turned away. He went back to the front of the room. He addressed the class on the safe handling of a cauldron over heat. He did not, for the rest of the lesson, look at Harry. He did not, for the rest of the lesson, find any reason to walk past Harry's bench. He left the room at the end of the period without giving any homework. The class, behind him, dispersed in a kind of confused, respectful silence. Theodore, standing up next to Harry, said quietly, "What in the name of Salazar was that, Potter?" "That," Harry said, "was a man who has been waiting 10 years to ask me a question and who did not get the answer he had prepared for. Did you study, or are you a freak?" "I studied." "Right," Theodore said. "Right. Lend me your notes." In the library that afternoon, Harry found Hermione Granger trying, with a determined frown, to make a complicated charm work on a quill. The quill was supposed to be writing a sentence in formal cursive at her dictation. The quill was, in fact, drawing a small, unhappy face over and over. "It is not the wand work," Harry said, pulling out a chair across from her. "The wand work is correct. You are pronouncing the second syllable up when you should be pronouncing it down. The charm thinks you are asking it a question, and so it is replying." She looked up at him. "How do you know that?" "I read the original Latin in the appendix of the textbook. The author noted in passing that the syllable controls intonation. Most editions drop the appendix. Mine has it." "What edition do you have?" 1892. "That's an antique. It is what we had at home." She watched him for a moment. Her hair was in her face. She pushed it back with the back of one wrist, which was already inky from the quill. "Why are you helping me, Potter?" she said. "Because you helped me on the train," he said. "You told me which books I was in. I had not known. It was useful information." "That wasn't help, that was just information." "Information is help. It is one of the smaller help shapes. It is still a help shape." "Help shape isn't a word." "It is now," she laughed. It was a startled, impatient laugh, of a kind he gathered she did not produce often. She put the quill down and tried the incantation again with the syllable down. The quill, after a brief argument with itself, began to write Hermione's dictation in what was, all things considered, a creditable formal cursive. "There you are. Thank you, Hermione. Yes, you are not stupid. You do not need to lay the evidence down for everyone the way you did on the train. The people who matter will see the evidence without your help. The people who do not matter will not see it at all, and there is no point in laying it out for them." She looked at him for a long moment. Her face did not, by the look of her, often receive that kind of correction. She did not, in the end, take offense. She did file it. "I will think about it," she said. "That is all I ask." He left her to her cursive. He walked back through the library toward the door. On the way he passed a tall window that looked out over the grounds toward the lake, and beyond the lake to the dark line of the forbidden forest, and he stopped at the window and looked out for a long moment. Something in the forest looked back at him. It was not the same something he had felt in the defense classroom. It was older. It was not, by any measure he could feel, hostile. It was alert. He had not been on the grounds long enough for the deep things to have noticed him. This thing had noticed him anyway. The forest knew that something with a Furies mark on it had walked past its border 2 days ago, and the forest had been, since, paying attention. He acknowledged the attention with a small movement of his chin. The attention in the forest settled. It was not going to bother him. It was going to wait. He walked away from the window. That night in the dormitory, he did not dream of his grandmothers. He dreamt instead of the man with the green light in fragments, a long pale hand, a voice with no warmth, a snake on a stone floor. He did not look at any of it directly. He let the fragments pass. When he woke at dawn, the fragments did not stay. He went in his dressing gown to the high window of the common room and looked out at the lake. The water was gray. The forest beyond was a dark line. The first edge of light was coming up over the eastern hill. Somewhere in the castle a great clock had struck the half-hour, and Harry, who had been raised in a place that had no clocks and no half-hours and no eastern hill, let the strangeness of it land on him for a moment without resisting. He felt for the thread back to the cavern. It was there. He felt beyond it the small weight of a pair of attentive hands a long way off, Tisiphone in the morning watch on the ledge, who had also gone to the eastern edge of the cavern to look for him at dawn, and who had felt the thread tug from his end and had, on her end, smiled. He went back to bed for an hour. He slept without dreaming. He woke when the dormitory began to stir. He got up. He dressed. He went down to breakfast. A young man in dark robes at the staff table, who had not slept either, watched him come into the hall and sit down at the Slytherin bench. The man did not look at him directly. The man looked at the goblet in his own hand. The man did not all morning take a sip from the goblet. The man was not, on consideration, hungry. A small old man with a long white beard at the center of the staff table watched everything and said nothing. He had, that night, written a long letter to a friend. He had, on rereading the letter, torn it up. He had begun a second letter and had got 2 paragraphs into it and had stopped. He had spent the rest of the night in his armchair with his fingertips together, looking at the wall opposite the fire. He had, by morning, decided 3 things. He had decided that he did not know who had raised the boy. He had decided that he would not, this term, attempt to find out by asking. And he had decided, with the patience of a man who has been patient for 110 years, to let the boy show him what the boy had been raised into, before he attempted to put any further weight on the boy at all. It was, on the whole, the wisest decision he had made in 10 years. He looked down the hall at the Slytherin table and lifted his goblet in a small private toast that no one in the hall saw, including the boy he had toasted, and he drank to the patience he had elected. Chapter 5. The stone in the mirror Halloween at Hogwarts was, by long tradition, an evening of decoration. The great hall had been hung with live bats and floating pumpkins so thick that the candles had to compete for room. The pumpkins had been hollowed out, and their faces had been carved by the groundskeeper himself, and Hagrid's faces, Harry observed, were not the standard grimaces. They were the kind of mournful, slightly puzzled faces that a man who has spent his life around animals carves when no one is watching, the way a stableman might whittle the face of a sad pony into a piece of fence rail. Harry liked them, the food was good, the hall was loud. Theodore, on Harry's left, had begun a quiet running explanation of the Slytherin Quidditch team's prospects for the year and was, several minutes in, demonstrating the difference between a Wronski feint and a hawk's head attack with 2 pumpkin seeds and a fork. The doors of the great hall flew open. Quirrell came in. The turban was askew. His robes were not on the way they had been in class. He ran the length of the hall with his arms out and his face the kind of gray-white a face goes when it is being used in a particular way by something that does not ordinarily use it. He reached the staff table. "Troll," he gasped. "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He fainted. The hall went briefly silent. Then it went the other way. Dumbledore was on his feet. He spoke a single sentence to the prefects, who gathered themselves quickly and began to direct their houses out of the hall. The Slytherin prefects, with the practical sense of children whose dormitory was, technically, in the dungeons that were now reportedly hosting a troll, were arguing in low voices about an alternate route. Harry, in the press of bodies moving toward the doors, picked up his wand under the table and pocketed it. He saw Ron at the Gryffindor table, looking around with a frown. He saw a great many bushy-haired Gryffindor heads. He did not see Hermione's. He looked at Ron. Ron looked at him. Ron mouthed across the hall, "She doesn't know." Harry slid sideways out of the crush and out of the Slytherin column. The prefects, who had a great many bodies to count, did not see him go. He went down the stone corridor that he had walked the previous Tuesday on the way to the library, and he went up 2 flights, and he went along the second-floor passage to the girls' bathroom that, 3 days ago, Lavender Brown had been crying in at lunchtime, and that Hermione today had reportedly fled to after Ron had said something across the breakfast table that had landed wrong. He smelled the troll before he saw it. It smelled like an old goat that had been kept in a damp barn. The smell came down the corridor in a wave. Harry, walking, did not slow. He had grown up next to a hearth that occasionally hosted shades who had died of dysentery and had brought, regrettably, the smell of the dying with them. He had been instructed in childhood not to react to smells that were not themselves asking for a reaction. He came around the corner. The troll was tall. The troll was 12 feet tall, with a small gray head set on a neck that looked like a cured ham. Its arms were the size of small trees. It was holding a club. It was at the door of the girls' bathroom, and it had just discovered that the door would, on its own, open inward, which was a trick the troll had not previously encountered. It was looking pleased with itself. A small voice from inside the bathroom said, "Oh." The voice belonged to Hermione. The voice was the voice of a person who had retreated to a stall to weep, and who had, in the middle of weeping, been intruded upon by the wrong kind of intruder. The voice was, on consideration, doing rather better than the situation deserved. Hermione, Harry thought, had a reserve of presence of mind he had not, until that moment, fully appreciated. "Hermione," Harry said quietly in the corridor, "stay where you are. Do not move. Do not make a noise." The troll heard him. The troll turned. The troll's small gray eyes did not, by Harry's quick read, contain anything that could be called intelligence. They contained, instead, a kind of slow alertness. The troll was not stupid in the way mortals usually meant the word. The troll was a creature whose instincts had, over a long career, learned to react to a specific set of stimuli, and the troll's instincts now classified Harry as a stimulus. Harry did not move. He had been taught this by Tisiphone, who had spent many evenings on the ledge teaching him how to be still in front of a frightened or angry shade. The lesson had been one of the longer ones. The lesson, in summary, was, do not back away, do not advance, do not raise your hand, do not raise your voice, do not look the creature in the eye for longer than the creature is comfortable with. Do not look away from the creature for longer than the creature is comfortable with. Above all, do not be afraid. Fear in the watcher is a loud sound to a creature that has been hunted, or that hunts. A still watcher is a quiet sound. A quiet sound is the sound of a thing that does not, on consideration, need to be attacked. Harry was still. Harry was quiet. Harry was, on the inside, also quiet, because Tisiphone had told him many times that a face that is calm but a body that is humming with fear will be read by the creature. The troll lowered its club very slightly. It looked at him. It looked at him for a long moment. Harry did not, by any movement of his face, encourage it to do anything in particular. He let the troll come to its own decision about him. He had learned, watching Tisiphone, that you did not, in this kind of standoff, give a creature any new information. You let the creature decide it had been mistaken about you. You let it lose interest in its own time. The troll lowered its club a little further. It made a sound that was almost a question. Yes, Harry said in the gentle voice he had used with Lycos on the ledge. I know, you're not where you should be, you're not where it's quiet, you don't like it here. The smell of the smoke and the candles, the sounds of the children, none of it is yours, you want to go back to the dark, don't you? The troll, listening to a tone it recognized even if it did not have words to attach to the recognition, lowered its club further. Stay still, Harry said. Stay there, I'm going to step around you. I'm going to take my friend out of the room. Then we'll go away and you can sit down. No one will bother you for a minute. The men with wands will come and they'll take you home. He stepped very slowly around the troll. The troll let him. He reached the bathroom door. He pushed it open slowly with one hand. He did not take his eyes off the troll. Hermione was standing inside the door, white-faced, with her wand out and her wand hand shaking. He held out his free hand to her. Slow, he said. No sudden movements. Take my hand. She took his hand. Now back, he said. With me, slowly, look at the floor. Don't look at it. They backed up into the corridor. The troll watched them go. It had let its club drop almost to the floor, the way a tired dog will let its jaw drop when it has decided not to bite. It was at this moment that Severus Snape came around the corner from the other end of the corridor. He came at a run that was not, by his standards, undignified. He had his wand out. He stopped at the head of the corridor and took in the scene. Troll, club, 2 students, no shouting. He did not immediately raise his wand. He looked at the troll. He looked at the children. He looked in particular at Harry. He took a moment longer than the situation required. Then he raised his wand and bound the troll's legs together with a single quick movement. The troll, relieved of any responsibility for its own decisions, sat down against the wall with a sound like a small landslide and waited to be dealt with. Snape walked the length of the corridor. He came up beside Harry and Hermione. He looked down at them. Hermione, in her shock, was still holding Harry's hand and had not realized. Miss Granger, Snape said, are you hurt? No, sir. Mr. Potter, are you hurt? No, sir. What, Snape said quietly, happened here? Harry looked up at him. He had, on the walk down the corridor, decided what he was going to say. He had decided to tell the truth in one of its smaller versions, since the larger version belonged to the Furies and he was not on consideration, sure it was Snape's to receive yet. I came up here, Harry said, because Hermione was in the bathroom and the warning had not reached her. I came in expecting to have to fetch her quickly. The troll was at the door when I came around the corner. I asked it to wait. It waited. I helped Hermione out. We were on our way down to find a teacher when you arrived. I am grateful you came when you did. The troll had been listening. I am not sure it would have gone on listening for very much longer. Snape did not say anything for a moment. He looked at the troll. He looked back at Harry. He looked very briefly at Hermione. Miss Granger, he said, 5 points to Gryffindor for not when alone with a mountain troll having the bad sense to scream. Mr. Potter, 5 points to Slytherin for sense above the standard of your year. Now both of you go to your dormitories. Take the back stair. Do not on any account go past the dungeons. I will deal with this. I will find Professor Quirrell and ask him several questions about the route by which a mountain troll appears to have walked into a castle full of children with no one noticing. Yes, sir, they both said. He let them go. Harry, on the back stair, glanced at Hermione. Hermione, on the back stair, glanced at Harry. You did not say I had been crying, she said quietly. It was not relevant. He thought I was up there for a different reason. He thought I was up there because I had been studying. He thought what he thought. I did not lie. I did not say. She looked at him. Why? Because what you do with your face is yours. The teachers do not need to know that Ron Weasley said something at breakfast that made you cry. The teachers do not need to know that you had been in a stall for an hour. None of that is the troll's fault, and it is not the school's business. If you want them to know, you tell them. I do not. Hermione walked beside him in silence for a few steps. Harry, yes, thank you. Don't tell anyone what I did with the troll. They will make me explain. I do not have a useful explanation. If they ask me to repeat the trick, the troll will not on the second go oblige me. I will look foolish. I would like, on the whole, not to look foolish at age 11. She made a sound that might have been a laugh in better circumstances. I won't tell, although I am going to think about it a great deal. That is your prerogative. He left her at the staircase to Gryffindor Tower. He went back down to the dungeons by the long way. The troll was no longer in the corridor. Snape was no longer in the corridor. The smell was and would not be entirely gone for 2 days. In the cavern between worlds, 3 women turned their heads at the same moment when the troll first lowered its club. "Did you feel that?" Megaera said. "He talked an angry beast down off its feet," Tisiphone said. "He used my voice." "Used it well, sweet sister." "He did. Yes." Alecto at the table did not turn her head. She had been writing in a great ledger that she had brought down from the high shelf earlier in the week. The ledger had not been written in for many years. It had been her case ledger for the Wizarding War that had ended with the Furies absent from the field. She had reopened it a week ago. "He has good teachers," she said without looking up. "He had good teachers. Any boy can learn the law from books. Few learn how to use it on their feet. He is using it on his feet." "Stop praising him, sister. You'll spoil him." "I am praising the teachers." "You are the teachers, sister." "Then I am praising us. We have done a piece of good work. Sit down, eat. Tisiphone, the bread." Tisiphone passed the bread. The first Quidditch match of the season was Slytherin against Gryffindor on a windy Saturday in November. Harry was in the stands with the rest of his house. He had not in the end been chosen as seeker. The Slytherin team had a reasonable seeker already, and the captain, who had watched Harry on a school broom in flying lessons, had said quietly that Harry had hands but not yet shoulders, and had told him to come back next year. Harry had taken this without argument. He had no particular interest in Quidditch. He had watched the practices because he liked the patterns in the air. The match was rough. Slytherin's beaters were, by long tradition, the kind of boys who enjoyed striking small, heavy balls at other people. Gryffindor's beaters were less subtle. The quaffle changed hands a dozen times in the first 10 minutes. The captain of the Slytherin team was, Harry noted, a sensible player who was aware of the entire field and did not, on the whole, take risks. The captain of the Gryffindor team was a more imaginative player. Harry liked watching them play against each other. He noticed in the 7th minute that the Gryffindor seeker, a small dark-haired first-year named Woods Discovery, not a regular who had been brought up to fill in for an injured player, had begun to fly with a hitch. The hitch had not been there in the first 6 minutes. The hitch had begun on the 7th. The boy's broom was not, on the look of it, behaving. Harry stood up. He moved along the row to where he could see the staff stands. In the staff stands, Severus Snape was standing very still, with his lips moving in a steady, silent rhythm. Harry watched Snape. Harry watched the Gryffindor seeker. The hitch on the broom was getting worse. Harry did not immediately do anything. He had been watching Snape for 2 months, and he had read Snape correctly within a week, and what Snape was doing with his lips was not, by the look of it, the casting of a jinx. The rhythm was the rhythm of a counter-curse. Snape was holding something off. Somewhere on the other side of the stadium then, Harry's eye caught it because his eye had been looking for it without him knowing. Quirrell's turban, in the Slytherin parents' enclosure, was angled the wrong way. Quirrell was sitting still. Quirrell was the only person in the stadium not watching the match. Quirrell's lips were also moving, but in a different rhythm. Quirrell was casting, and Snape was holding the cast off, and the broom in the air was caught between them, and the boy on the broom was caught between them, and the boy was a child Harry had said hello to on the train. Harry did not have a wand at hand quickly enough to disarm anyone, and he would not at 11 have been a match for a teacher in a wand fight. He felt in his chest the thread back to the cavern. He thought hard and steady the way Tisiphone had taught him to think when he wanted to be heard at home. Grandmother, grandmothers. There is a teacher attempting to murder a child by jinx. The child is not me. I do not know the child's name. I know the man's. The man is Confronting Quirrell. The piece of the man you put aside is in him. A small breeze coming up from nowhere in particular arrived in the stadium. Megaera's voice in his ear said very quietly, "Love, hold on." The wind did not lift. It held. It did not, by any movement that the spectators could have noticed, do anything dramatic. It simply held where it was. The jinx in Quirrell's mouth, which had been bouncing a small, heavy ball of intention from one side of the broom to the other, found on its next bounce that the broom did not respond. Quirrell stuttered, in the silent way a man stutters when his magic catches against something that has the texture of a wall. He cast again. The wall held. He cast a third time. A piece of the lining of his turban began to smoke. Quirrell, who had not been expecting smoke, broke off his casting and very rapidly began to slap at his own head. His neighbors in the enclosure turned to look at him. By the time they had turned to look, the smoke had stopped. The jinx was off. The broom in the air, released, snapped back to its rider's control. The Gryffindor seeker, whose name Harry would learn the next morning was Daniel Tutt, recovered his balance, looked around with a disoriented frown, and saw the snitch. He caught the snitch in his teeth, because his hands had been busy with his broom, and the stadium erupted in a noise that did not, in its volume, distinguish between the houses. In the staff stands, Severus Snape stopped moving his lips. He looked up briefly, the way a man looks up when he has been holding a heavy door against a wind and the wind has, for reasons he has not been told, stopped pushing. He looked by accident at the Slytherin students' enclosure. He saw Harry. Harry, looking back at him, did not, by any movement of his face, indicate that he had seen anything. He looked, on the contrary, like a Slytherin first year at his first Quidditch match watching his house lose narrowly to a fluke catch. Snape, after a moment, looked back at the field. He sat down. He did not say anything to anyone. In the Slytherin parents' enclosure, Confronting Quirrell, having put out the small fire in his turban, sat very still and clutched at his head with both hands, the way a man clutches at a tooth that has, without warning, begun to ache. That night Harry sent a hawk to Hermes. The hawk was a bird Hermes had told him to call by going up to the highest window of the astronomy tower at moonrise and saying its name into the wind. Harry did so. The bird arrived in 5 minutes. It took the letter in its beak. It did not, by any movement of its body, indicate that it found the errand interesting. The letter said, in Harry's plain, tidy hand, "Grandmothers." The teacher Confronting Quirrell tried to kill a Gryffindor first year in a Quidditch match by jinxing his broom. The piece of the man you set aside is in Quirrell's head under his turban. The other teacher, Snape, was holding the jinx off when I called you. I do not know what to do about Quirrell or about the man inside him. I am leaving it to you. Tell me if there is anything I should do that you wish me to do. I am safe. Hermione is safe. I am eating well. The pumpkin pie at this school is excellent. Yours. H. The hawk took it. Christmas at Hogwarts came on snow. The castle in late December had gone quiet. Most of the children had gone home. Theodore had gone home. Draco had gone home. Hermione had, after a long internal debate that she had narrated to Harry in the library over the course of 3 afternoons, gone home. Ron had stayed because his entire family had stayed. The Weasley parents, Harry understood, were visiting their second son in Romania for the holiday and had not wanted to drag the youngest 2,000 miles for a week. Harry stayed. The Furies had told him to come home for the holiday if he wanted to, and they had told him to stay at the school if he wanted to, and they had told him that either choice was the right one. He had decided to stay because he wanted to see what a school looked like when most of the children had left it, and because he wanted to see snow for a sustained number of days. He had seen snow only as a phenomenon that arrived sometimes in mortal winters when he was 8 or 9, and had been allowed by Tisiphone to climb briefly to a high lookout above the cavern that gave on a small, cold sky. He had never lived in snow. He liked it. On Christmas morning, he woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He sat up. He looked at the presents. He had not been expecting any. He opened the smallest first. It was from Hermione, a book on the history of magical jurisprudence in the British Isles, with a note inside the front cover in Hermione's careful handwriting that said, "For someone who is taking the law seriously." I noticed. He smiled. He set the book aside. The second was from Ron. It was a knitted Christmas jumper in dark green wool with a black H on the front. There was a small note pinned to it that said, "Mum heard you were staying at school and made you one. She makes one for every member of the family every year, and she's decided you count. Ron." The note had a small drawing of a sprout in the corner. Harry, considering the jumper, decided he liked Mrs. Weasley already. The third was a small brown package with no name on it. He opened it. A long sweep of silver-gray fabric came out, like water spilling sideways. He held it up. It moved over his hand, and his hand vanished. He held it up the other way. He vanished to the elbow. He sat very still for a moment with the cloth pooled in his lap. He had heard of cloaks like this. He had read about them in one of Megaera's commentaries on the older properties of magical fabric. He had not known before this moment that they were real. He had not known in particular that one had belonged to his father. There was a small card in the bottom of the box. He picked it up. The card was thick, cream-colored, and bore, in a hand he had seen once before on a wine list at the Furies' table, the words, "Your father's. Use it well." Harry looked at the card for a long time. He did not ordinarily weep. He had not wept in years. He had been raised in a household where weeping was not, on the whole, the response to most things, and his small private repertoire of reactions to most events did not include it. He wept now briefly into the silver-gray fabric. He had not known, until that moment, that he had been carrying the absence of his father in him. The absence had been there since the first day Tisiphone had told him that his mother was across a river, and his father was across the same river, and that neither of them was coming back. He had filed the information at 4. He had, in the years between 4 and 11, examined the information from various angles and had arrived, by long handling, at a kind of small clean grief that did not, ordinarily, ask for more space than it had been allotted. The cloak had asked for more space. The cloak had been in his father's hands. The cloak had been in his father's hands on the night his father had died. He could feel that on the cloth itself, in the way Tisiphone had taught him to feel for a thing's last owner. The cloak had not wanted to be passed on. It had been passed on all the same, by a man with a dry, kind voice somewhere in the other world. And Harry, holding it, understood that the cloak was now his, and that his father had used it well in his time, and that it would be used well now in Harry's time. He wept for perhaps 2 minutes, then he stopped. He folded the cloak. He laid it on his bed. He went to breakfast in his green jumper. He spent the morning with Ron. They had a snowball fight in the yard. The Weasley twins made an appearance and were beaten back by Ron, who had inherited his older brother's aim and had not, until that morning, had a chance to show it off. Harry took a snowball to the side of the head and laughed. He had not laughed easily this term, and the laugh, when it came, surprised him by being genuine. That evening, with the cloak under his arm, he went exploring. He had been told by Hermes that the school's older corridors were worth knowing, and that the school's older corridors did not, ordinarily, allow themselves to be known by students. The cloak, though, was a tool the school had not encountered for a long time. He walked the upper corridors of the 2nd floor and the 3rd in it, and he found 3 rooms he had not, in the day, been able to find, and he took an inventory of each in his head and went on. In a long, disused room on the 4th floor, he found a mirror. The mirror was tall. The mirror was framed in gold. The mirror's frame had been carved with words along the upper bar, the words a kind of palindrome that, when read backwards, gave a different sentence than the one the words gave forward. Harry, who had been taught the trick by Hecate one rainy afternoon, read it both ways. The forward reading was, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. The backwards reading was, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood at a distance of perhaps 5 paces from the mirror. He did not immediately step into its line of sight. He had been raised by a household that took mirrors seriously. Megaera had taught him when he was 8 that any mirror that named itself was a mirror to be approached carefully. This mirror named itself. He approached carefully. He came around to face it. He saw himself in the silver-gray cloak, standing in the middle of the Furies' cavern. He was older in the mirror, perhaps 18, perhaps a little more, and behind him, on the ledge, were 3 women he loved. Tisiphone had a hand on his shoulder. Megaera was laughing at something Alecto had said. Alecto was reading. The fig tree was full of fruit. Hades, in his dark suit, was leaning against the wall of the cavern with his hands in his pockets, looking bored in his particular way. Persephone, in her spring aspect, was standing at the table with a bowl of pomegranates. The cavern was warm. He was home. He looked at the mirror for a long time. He did not, by any stretch of his attention, fall into it. He had been told, when he had first read about mirrors of this kind in Megaera's commentaries, that the danger of a heart's desire mirror was the danger of a slow drowning, that one could sit at one's own desire and starve to death without noticing. He had been told the trick of escape was to remember that the desire in the mirror was a desire, not a destination. He thanked the mirror. He said it out loud. He said, "Thank you for the kindness. I will not visit you often." The mirror did not, by any movement, acknowledge him. The picture in it did not change. He stepped to the side. The picture, with him out of its line, did not vanish. He had not known what would happen. It went on showing, for a moment, the cavern with the ledge and the fig tree, with a small empty space where he had been standing in front of it. Then the picture faded and the mirror showed only the long disused room. He walked toward the door of the room. A voice from a chair in the corner of the room said, mildly, "Good evening, Harry." Harry stopped. He turned. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in a wooden chair in the corner. He had been sitting there, by the look of him, for some time. He had not, while Harry had been at the mirror, made any sound. He had on his lap an opened book that he had, at some point, given up on and laid down. He was looking at Harry over his half-moon glasses with the particular expression of a man who has been waiting an evening to see what the new variable in his equation will do, and who has now, on the night's evidence, gathered some data. "Sir," Harry said, "you stepped away." "Yes. Most do not. I have sat in this room many evenings and watched many faces in front of that glass. They do not, on the whole, step away by themselves. I have in my time had to ask them to." "You did not have to ask me." "Number, I did not. May I ask you instead what you saw?" Harry considered. He had been raised on Megaera's principle, tell a true thing slant. He had also been raised on Tisiphone's principle. When a wise man with power asks you a question, give him an answer he can use. "I saw the people I love," Harry said. "In the home I love, sir. The people are not in danger and the home is not in danger, and I am not, on consideration, in danger of losing either by being away from them at school. I have no need to look at the mirror long. The people are real and the home is real and they are waiting for me. I do not need a glass to give me what I have." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "That," he said, very quietly, "is the wisest answer I have ever been given by a child in front of that mirror. May I ask, Harry, only because I was not informed by anyone other than yourself that there were people at your home, who they are?" "My grandmother's," Harry said. "Your grandmother's?" "Yes, sir." "On which side?" "On neither. They took me in." Dumbledore did not press. He was, Harry could see, a man who did not, when the conversation was important, press. And they raised you well. They raised me as they raised me. I am grateful. I do not, on consideration, know any other way I could have been raised. I have nothing to compare it to. You have, by your manner, taught me a great deal in the past 4 months about how it must have been done. I am sorry if that has been a difficulty for you, sir. Difficulty is not the right word, Harry. Surprise is the right word. I have been making, for some time, a long plan. The plan was built on certain assumptions about you. The assumptions were made without my having met you. They were the best I could do at the time. They have been on the evidence in error. Harry considered him. He was, as Hermes had described him in a letter the previous week, a kindly old man who had been kindly for so long that his kindness had become a kind of room he lived in and could not, easily, step out of. The room had a great many doors. The doors went to a great many places. Harry was not, on consideration, sure he wanted to go through any of the doors yet. "Sir," Harry said, "yes. May I ask you a question?" "Of course." "Who hid the stone in this castle?" Dumbledore went very still. It was not the stillness of a man who has been struck. It was the stillness of a man who has been engaged in a conversation in one language for some time and has just been spoken to abruptly in another. He looked at Harry. He did not, by any visible movement, show that he was thinking. He was thinking with a great deal of speed. "Why do you ask me that, Harry?" "Because there is one in the castle, sir." "Is there?" "Yes." "How would you know?" "My grandmothers know, sir. They told me. They told me before I came to the school what the school had in it and what the school had done with it. They told me also that you had hidden it. They asked me when I came here to keep an eye on it. I have been keeping an eye on it. I have not, until tonight, said anything to you about it, because I had been trying to decide what to make of you. Tonight you have done me the courtesy of an honest conversation about the mirror. I am returning the courtesy with an honest question." Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. He did not, by his face, register surprise. He had, in his 110 years, had practice at not registering surprise in front of children. Inside, he was rearranging, very rapidly, the assumptions of a long plan. "I did not know, Harry, that your grandmothers knew." "They know, sir. And they would prefer the stone not be here. They have told me they would prefer the stone not be near children, sir. They have told me they would prefer the man who hid it had not chosen, on the whole, to hide it under a school. They have told me that the man who hid it appears to have done so as a kind of bait. They have not, sir, made any threats. They are not the sort of women who make threats. They are the sort of women who, when an oath is broken, collect." Dumbledore looked at him. "Have I broken an oath, Harry?" "You have endangered children to catch a man who is owed a debt by the Underworld, sir. Whether that is an oath you have broken is, I think, a question my grandmothers have not yet decided. They are, I am told, watching. I am writing to them tonight to say that I have spoken to you about it. I think you should know that. I think you should know that the Furies are watching this castle. I do not think you should be alarmed. They will not interfere unless an oath is broken. You have not broken one. Yet, sir." The fire in the grate made a small noise of settling. Dumbledore looked at it for a moment. Then he looked back at Harry. "Thank you, Harry," he said. "You are welcome, sir. I will think about what you have said. That is all I ask." He left the room. Dumbledore sat in the chair. He sat there for an hour. The mirror in front of him did not show him anything. It had, on the night's evidence, decided that the conversation it had been hosting was over. Harry went back to the dungeon by the route he had marked out earlier in the term. He took out a piece of parchment when he reached the dormitory. He wrote in his careful hand, "Grandmothers. The stone is in the school. The headmaster knows I know. He has not tonight given me reason to be alarmed. He has given me reason to think he will reconsider. If he does not reconsider, I will write again. I am well. Ron's mother knitted me a jumper. The cloak was very kind of Hades, please thank him. The mirror was interesting, and I did not, by your training, sit at it. Yours. He gave the letter to the hawk. In the cavern between worlds, in the small gray hour of the early morning, Tisiphone read the letter aloud to her sisters at the stone table. Alecto did not move. Megaera let out a long, slow breath. Tisiphone, when she had finished, set the letter down very carefully on the wood, the way one sets down a thing that ought not to be crumpled. He is keeping his head, Megaera said. He is doing more than that, Alecto said. He is making the man think. The man will think. He has not been made to think by a child in a long time. And if he does not think, Tisiphone said in the voice that did not match her hands, we go up. Yes, he is ours. He is. The runes on the wall, listening, brightened a little. The fire in the hearth, listening, made a small, soft noise. Somewhere far away, in a tower in a castle in Scotland, a man with a long white beard, who had not slept that night either, was sitting at his desk with a cooling cup of tea, looking at a cabinet full of silver instruments. One of them, that had been still for 10 years, had begun, in the past hour, to hum, quietly, intermittently, in a register he had not previously heard from it. He was not, on consideration, entirely sure what the new sound meant. He was quite sure, all the same, that he had earned it. Chapter 6. The three-headed door. The new term began on a clean, cold morning, and the children came back to a castle that had been waiting for them. Hermione found Harry on the second day in a corner of the library. She sat down opposite him without asking and put a book between them. The book was open to a chapter on the alchemical properties of certain stones. The chapter had been bookmarked with a small ribbon that, Harry recognized, was the kind of ribbon Hermione had been using all term to mark passages she intended to come back to. Liz Flamel, she said quietly, 665 years old, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone is reputed to be in his keeping in a vault near Paris. It is not, according to this book, in any other place in the world. And yet, she turned the book toward him. He read the bookmarked page. He nodded once. Hermione. Yes. What do you think is in the corridor on the 3rd floor? I think it is a thing they do not want students to find. I think the thing has been put there because the place near Paris was, perhaps, no longer safe. I think the school has, by accepting the favor, done a foolish thing. Why foolish? Because there are children in the school. The thing in the corridor is, at minimum, dangerous in itself. The thing in the corridor is, if I am right about who it is being hidden from, also a beacon. A beacon to the kind of people one does not want near children. The school has been turned, by accepting the favor, into a target. The headmaster, who is not stupid, must have made this calculation. The headmaster, having made this calculation, has done it anyway. I would like to know why. Harry, who had read very nearly the same paragraph in his head over Christmas, smiled at her. He did not, in his face, give the smile any weight. He kept it small. Hermione, who had been watching for it because she had been delivering an analysis and was, in the way of intelligent 11-year-olds, anxious for the report card, registered the smile and breathed out very slightly. You and I are going to have to find out, I think, he said. You and I and Ron. Will Ron come? He will come, Harry said. I have been talking to him at meals. He is a brave boy and a loyal one. He has not yet been given a chance to be either. He will jump at it. We will need him for the chess. There will be chess somewhere down there. Hagrid mentioned in a slip that Professor McGonagall had set up a board. He plays well. We do not. How do you know I do not play well? You have not yet, in the time I have known you, played chess. People who play well mention it within their first week of meeting a new person. You have not. Therefore you do not. Or you do, but you are bored by it, in which case you will not be useful for the chess board, which will require enthusiasm to survive. That is a chain of inferences I am not, on consideration, sure I should be impressed by, Harry, but I am. Ron, when they sat him down in an unused classroom at lunch and laid the matter out, did jump at it. He had been brought up by parents and brothers who had told him all his life that he was the smallest of the lot and would, in any contest, finish last. The news that two intelligent children of his year had selected him for a thing on the basis of his particular skill landed in him with a force he was not, at first, sure what to do with. "You want me," he said, "to play the chess board." "Yes." "To beat the chess board." "Yes." "Because you've decided I'm the only one of the three of us who can." That is the analysis. He sat with this for a moment, he looked at his plate, he looked back up. "Bloody hell, Potter, all right, when?" "Before the year is out, probably sooner." The peace of the man in Quirrell's head is becoming impatient. He has been at the school long enough to learn what is in the corridor and where the defenses are. He will move soon. We need to be there before he is, or after he is, and ahead of his tracks. We will see. "Right," Ron said. "Right, I'll start practicing." "Practice on Hermione." "I will not," Hermione said. "Play chess against Ronald Weasley as a training exercise. I will play chess against him to find out how badly I lose." "That is a different thing." "Same thing," Ron said. "It is not the same thing, Ronald." "It is the same thing, Hermione." Harry, watching them argue, decided he had been right about Ron and would be proven right about Hermione, and he ate his pudding. The Forbidden Forest accepted Harry's company without much trouble. He went, twice in late February, to walk along the inner edge of it where the trees gave way to the grounds. He did not, on the first walk, see anything. He felt, on the first walk, the same alert attention he had felt from the library window in the autumn. On the second walk, the attention came forward. A tall figure with the body of a horse and the face of a man stepped out from between two pines and stopped at a polite distance. "Harry Potter," the figure said. Harry inclined his head. He had been told by Megaera what the centaurs were and how they had to be addressed. He had read, in addition, a small treatise that Megaera had brought him one summer and had insisted he study. He used the formal courtesy. "Friend of the forest," he said, "I did not call. I am sorry to have troubled you." "You did not trouble us, child of the women in the cliff. You walked our edge and you did not bring noise with you. We came out to greet you. My name is Forenza." "Greetings, Forenza." "You are marked," Forenza said. He did not say it accusingly. He said it the way a man says a thing he has noticed and intends to discuss. "The mark on you is older than this forest. It is older by some measure than this island. We have been wondering in our way what the mark in the school meant. You have answered the question by walking up to our trees. The women in the cliff have a child. The child has been sent to school. The school has been put into a particular kind of attention by his presence. We had been wondering. I am sorry if my being here has made the forest restless." "It has not. It has made the forest careful. There is a difference." "You will know the difference, having been raised by them. We have not been hasty in what we say to you. We have been waiting to see what you would do. You have done well. The Quidditch match in November was instructive. You called your grandmothers without raising your voice. The wind that came up from the south was theirs. We felt it. You felt it. We feel what passes through this country. The south wind does not rise in November in this part of Scotland. We noted it. We also noted what it did. The man in the turban felt it. The man in his turban felt it. Both will be more careful hereafter. I would like both to be more than careful." "Yes," Forenza said. "I expect that you would." The man in the turban is being made unwell by what is in him. He will not last the year. The thing in him does not, by its nature, share. He will burn through Quirrell quickly. He will be looking before that happens for a body more permanent. The stone in the school is what he is looking for. He will go for it before April. April is soon. April is when the ground softens. Some things move when the ground softens. He is one of them. Will the centaurs be of help? "We are of help by not being in your way," Forenza said gently. "We do not, child, intervene in the affairs of the men in the castle. We watch the stars. We watch the forest. We have, on a few occasions, helped an injured child who had wandered too far from the path. I will say to you, though, since you have asked, If you go down into the place where the stone is hidden and you go without your grandmother's, you will find more than the chess. There are 5 trials. You will pass 4 of them with the help of your friends. The 5th you will pass alone. We have read it in the constellation of the Bear, which has been turning unusually this winter. You should not be afraid. The 5th trial is one you have been raised for. Thank you, Firenze. Firenze inclined his great head. He turned slowly and walked back into the trees. Another centaur, much darker, with a fierce face and a beard the color of the bottom of a river, watched from a little further in the trees and did not speak. He was, Harry could see, less pleased with the conversation than Firenze had been. He nodded, finally, in the curt way of a man who does not approve of something but has decided not to argue. He turned and went into the trees. Harry walked back to the castle. In the cavern between worlds, Megaera, hearing of the meeting through the small back channel by which the Furies stayed in touch with Harry's letters, made a small approving sound and said, "He has been raised by us, sister." The centaurs picked it up at 300 yards. There are no surprises anymore. There are surprises, Tisiphone said quietly. He has not yet stood in front of his man. He will. The surprise will be his mostly, possibly not ours. We will see. The day they went down was not a day Harry had planned. It was a day in mid-April. Hagrid, who had been in the staff room that morning and had said something he had not, on consideration, intended to say, had let slip to Harry over an afternoon mug of tea in his cabin that the headmaster had been called away to London on ministry business, and was not expected back until the following evening. Hagrid had said this in the way a man says a thing while looking at his own hands and trying not to look at the listener, and Harry had filed the way Hagrid had said it. Hagrid had also said, in a different sentence, that Fluffy, whose name he was not, on consideration, supposed to have given them, but had given them weeks ago without thinking, had been getting restless and had been requiring the headmaster's particular kind of singing to settle. Harry had filed this also. He went back to the castle. He found Hermione in the library. He found Ron in the kitchen, where the house elves had been spoiling him with treacle pudding. He gathered them into the unused classroom on the 2nd floor. He told them what Hagrid had said. "Tonight," Harry said. "Tonight," Ron said. He swallowed his pudding. "Tonight," Hermione said. She had gone very pale, but the paleness was the pale of decision, not the pale of fear. She had been preparing for this since February. She had a small pouch of supplies under her bed that she had been adding to in stages. She was, Harry thought, going to be useful. They went down to the 3rd floor at a little after midnight. They went under the cloak. The cloak had, on Harry's previous experiments, been quite comfortable for 2 people. For 3 it was tight. They moved slowly to keep their feet from showing. Fluffy, behind the door on the right, was awake. 3 large, intent heads turned toward the door at the sound of the lock. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on the spot the cloak occupied, because Fluffy did not, on the whole, need eyes to know there was a person in his room. "Sing," Hermione hissed. Harry slid out from under the cloak. He went very slowly to the front of the dog. He did not, Hermione had said, look any of the 3 heads in the eye. He looked at the floor between Fluffy's front paws. He raised his hand a little. He began to sing. He did not sing in English. He did not sing in Greek. He sang in a language Persephone had taught him for the dogs of Hades, which was a very old language that no one outside her household spoke, and which had been designed in the first place for the calming of 3-headed creatures who had been bred to keep an eye on a gate. The song was not a melody. It was a series of low, long notes, each one held until the next one could begin without a seam, and at the bottom of each note was the word for rest, in a register that the bones of a dog could feel in a way the dog's ear was not, in the strict sense, able to translate. Fluffy listened. Fluffy's middle head, which had been raising itself up, lowered itself. Fluffy's left head, which had been growling, stopped growling. Fluffy's right head sniffed and then yawned and then lay down on its great paws and then closed its eyes. The middle head did the same. The left head did the same. The dog, who weighed perhaps as much as a small wagon, settled with a long sigh on his stomach across most of the floor of the room and slept. Hermione, from under the cloak, said, "Harry, where did you learn that?" "From Persephone." "From who?" "Later, help me with the trapdoor." The trapdoor was under Fluffy's right hind leg. They moved the leg gently. Ron, with both hands, pulled the iron ring. The trapdoor came up. Below it was a long, dark drop. "You first," Harry said. "I will follow," Hermione last with the cloak. "I will not go first," Ron said. "You will, you have the largest wand, Lumos. You will see the bottom before the rest of us do." "Right, right," Ron went first. He did not in the dark scream. He landed on something soft, called up soft, "It's all right, come on," and moved aside. Harry and Hermione came down after him. The cloak in the fall came off Hermione's shoulders. It pooled in her arms. They stood on a thick mat of plant. "Devil's snare," Hermione said. She had recognized it immediately. "Don't move. The more you struggle, the tighter it will hold you. We need light. It hates light. Lumos solemn." The plant withered out from under them and they fell 2 feet to the stone floor. Ron, who had been 6 inches deeper in than the other two, came down with a small grunt and got up. "Right," Ron said. "What's next?" What was next was a long stone passage that gave on a high room with 1,000 small flying keys. The keys were brass and silver and gold. They moved through the air in a steady cloud. A single large key, somewhere in the cloud, bore the signature of an old and slightly damaged wing. The wing had been mended at some point and had not, on the mending, been put back quite straight. 3 battered school broomsticks lay against the far wall. "We need the old key," Harry said. "The mended one. The wing is bent. It won't fly straight. It will be slow." "How do you know that?" "I had the same conversation with Tisiphone last summer about a bird with a broken wing. It came up." Hermione watched the cloud. "Ron, the broom, I am going to call to it. The key is in its way alive." "Don't tell me you can sing to a key, Potter." "I cannot, but I can ask it." He raised his hand. He spoke once. The key, which had been moving with the others in a slow circle, hesitated. He spoke a second time. The key, ashamed of its bent wing in front of the others, dropped a little. Ron, on the broom, was already in the air. He cut across the cloud, snatched the key, and brought it down to Harry's hand. The key did not, by its body language, struggle. It had been at the heart of itself, hoping for an honest hand all winter. The lock turned. The next room was the chess board. It was a large room, dim, with a great checkered floor and tall pieces standing on each square. The pieces were carved out of basalt and sandstone, and they were at least 8 feet tall, and they had the patience of statues that had been waiting a long time for someone to play with them. "I take the Queen's Knight," Ron said. He had walked along the edge of the board and was looking at the pieces with the eyes of a man considering an old friend. "Harry, you take the King's Bishop. Hermione, you take the Queen's. We will not on consideration be using either of you for an attack. The Bishop's job is to move and not be taken. Mine is to attack." "Ron." "Yes. You are not to sacrifice yourself." Ron looked at him. He did not, by the look of him, think Harry was joking. He had, Harry could see, been arranging in his head a scenario in which he would, at a critical moment, ride his horse into a trap that would clear the way for Harry to take the king. He had been arranging the scenario in a kind of romantic way. He had not, until Harry had said it out loud, realized he had been arranging it. "Why not?" he said. "It would work." "It would work. So would another move that would not require it. We will take a longer game and play it cleanly. We will sacrifice pieces. We will not sacrifice you. My grandmothers raised me on the law that what we do, we are owed for. If you ride your horse into that trap because I let you, I will be owed for it the rest of my life. I will not be able to pay for it." "Ron." "Find another way." Ron stood for a moment. "All right, Potter." He found another way. It took longer. It took, in the end, 22 moves, and Ron's horse was killed under him in the 17th move, and he came down off it onto the stone with a bruise the size of a fist on his shoulder. He stood up. He kept playing. He moved his queen and he took the white king without losing himself. The pieces, when the king was taken, all bowed and stepped off the board. The fourth room was the potions room. Hermione stood in front of the table with the 7 bottles and read the riddle aloud once, twice, 3 times. She did the logic in her head. She picked the smallest bottle. She drank a sip. She handed Harry a second bottle, the one that took a man back through the purple flame. "You go ahead," she said. "I will go back. I will fetch Dumbledore. The smallest bottle takes me back, the other forward. There is only 1 swallow's worth of each. I will send him after you." "That is the right move," Harry said. She was looking at him. She was not, by her face, pleased that the right move was the move that would leave him alone. She was a Gryffindor at the bottom of her, and the move went against the grain. "I will not be alone, Hermione," Harry said. "I have not been alone since I was a year old. My grandmothers are with me. They are watching. They will know when I cross the next flame that I have crossed it. They will be ready. Will they come? They will come if they are needed. How will they know? They know already." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she did, very quickly, a thing she had not previously done. She put her arms around him and held on for 2 heartbeats. She let go. She drank her potion. She turned away from the purple flame and walked through the black flame at the back of the room. She did not, by any movement, look back. Ron, having seen her go, looked once at Harry. Harry, who had been keeping his eye on Ron for the last 10 minutes, said, "Your shoulder is bad, Ron. Go back with her. Help her up the chess board to the broom." "I want to come. I want you to come. I will not have you come. Your shoulder is bad. You will not be a help in a fight. You will be a worry. I will be slower because I will be worrying. Ron, go back. Get a teacher. Send Snape if you can find him. I will be all right." Ron looked at him. Ron looked at the black flame in front of them and then at the purple one behind. He did in his head the same calculation Hermione had done. "All right, Potter. Thank you, Ron. Don't. I won't." Ron took the small bottle and drank his sip. He went back through the purple flame. Harry took the second bottle. He drank his sip. The flame in front of him was cold for a moment as he stepped through it, and then it was nothing and he was through. The room he entered was high and circular. In the center of it was the mirror. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror. The turban was still on his head. He had been speaking to himself, from the look of him, for some time. He turned at the sound of Harry's footsteps. He was not in his face the man who had taught defense against the dark arts that autumn. He was a man whose face had been, in a way, used too hard. "You," Quirrell said. "Of course. Professor. I had been hoping it would be you." He had been hoping it would be you. "We have been in agreement for some weeks now that you are the one we have been waiting for. Come closer, Potter. Look in the mirror with me. You will see what I see. You will tell me what you see." Harry walked closer. He did not, on consideration, hurry. He had felt his scar burn the moment he had stepped into the room, and it was burning now in a steady, low way that told him the man he had been told about was very near. He did not, by his face, indicate the burn. He had been raised by women who had taught him not to give away the address of his pain. He came up beside Quirrell. He did not look in the mirror. "Look in the mirror, boy," Quirrell said. "In a moment, sir." "Now," a second voice spoke. The second voice came from a place that was not Quirrell's mouth. The voice was thin, sibilant, a voice that had not in a long time had a body to use. It said, "Let me speak to him, Quirrell, face to face." Quirrell hesitated. "My lord, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Turn." Quirrell turned. He undid the turban with shaking hands. The turban came off. The back of his head had on it a face. The face was thin, white, and serpent-like, with red eyes and slits for nostrils. The face looked at Harry. The face smiled. It was not a smile that had been used by a creature whose mouth was, in any usual sense, a mouth. "Harry Potter," the face said, "how you have grown. How well you have grown. I had not expected. I had been told you were dead. I had been told in another version you had been hidden by a wizard. None of the rumors had you so. Composed. Where have you been, child?" Harry did not answer. He looked at the face. The scar on his forehead burned more brightly. He let it. Tisiphone had told him that the burn could not in any meaningful sense hurt him while he was being himself. He was being himself. "I will tell you a thing," the face said. "Your father died bravely. Your mother died begging me to spare you. She did not need to beg. I did not until that night want her dead. I would have spared her if she had stepped aside. She did not step aside. I find, looking at you, that I am not, on the whole, sorry I killed her. I would have liked her on my side. She would have been wasted on my side. You are not wasted on my side. Stand with me, Harry Potter. There is no good and evil. There is only power and those too weak to seek it. I can give you back your parents. I have read the laws of the elder magic. The stone in the mirror gives back. With the stone in my hand and the elder rites in my mouth, I can fetch your parents from the river. They will be returned to you. You will have what you have all your life missed." Harry looked at the face for a long moment. "Voldemort," he said. The face went very still. "Few say my name. My grandmothers say it. They use the name a man chooses. A chosen name carries an oath. I will use the name." "And what oath, child, do my grandmothers say I have taken?" "You have taken 3, Harry said, "and broken all 3. The oath of guest friendship when you crossed the threshold of my parents' house uninvited and killed them in their own hall. The oath against the murder of an innocent for your own gain. And the oath you took when you marked your own followers, the mark which you bound them to and which you have, by abandoning them, broken yourself. You have broken 3 oaths thrice over. My grandmothers know. They have been watching. Your grandmothers. The Furies, Voldemort." The face went still in a different way. The red eyes flickered. Voldemort had read the older books in his time. He had read them in libraries other men had not, in some cases, been allowed into. He had read enough to know the names of the older powers. He had not, on consideration, expected one of those names to come out of the mouth of a child standing in front of a mirror in a Scottish castle. "You are bluffing." "I am not." "Show me the mark." "I have no mark." "I do not need one. I am theirs. I have been theirs since I was a year old. They took me out of the cot the night you broke the threshold. They have raised me. I am here as their grandson. The stone in this mirror is not for you. The stone in this mirror is not for me either. The stone is for the man who made it, Nicholas Flamel, who has been wrongly deprived of it by my headmaster. I came down here to take it out of the mirror so that no one else could take it out of the mirror first. Then I will hand it to its rightful owner. Get the boy to give it to you, Voldemort. Try." "Quirrell," the face hissed. "Take it from him." Quirrell turned. Harry was, by Quirrell's reach, a small target. Quirrell's hand came down on Harry's shoulder. The hand began, at the contact, to smoke. Quirrell screamed. He let go. The hand was reddening. The skin of the hand was cracking. Quirrell looked at his own hand with a kind of distant horror. "My lord, take him, fool!" Quirrell, gasping, lunged again. He took Harry by the throat. The skin of his hands began to come off. Harry, who had been raised by women to whom hospitality was sacred and who carried, by virtue of that raising, the protection of more than one ancient law, did not, in the particulars, understand what was happening to Quirrell. He understood at the broad level. His mother's old protection was still on him in some form. The protection was now being added to by his grandmother's presence very nearby, and Quirrell, in trying to put hands on him, was paying a price. "Back, Professor," Harry said quietly. "You are coming apart." Quirrell let him go. Quirrell could not, on consideration, hold him. Quirrell looked at his own hands, which were now in places ash. The wall of the chamber behind Quirrell made a sound. It was not a sound a wall made. It was the sound of a wall being thinned in the way smoke is thinned. The runes on the cavern stones far away glowed once and went bright. The wall went transparent. 3 women stepped through it. Alecto came first. She had on her old dark robe pinned at the shoulder with bronze. She wore no ornament. She did not, by any movement, hurry. Megaera came next, with the gold rings on her fingers and her dark hair loose at her shoulders, and she had a small dry smile on her face, which was the smile she had worn at the door of the cottage at Godric's Hollow 10 years and 6 months ago. Tisiphone came last. Her eyes had gone the color they went when she was at her own work. Her hands were open at her sides. The face on the back of Quirrell's head saw them. "No," Voldemort said. "Voldemort," Alecto said. "You are owed." Voldemort tried to flee. He tried to leave Quirrell's body. The shadow of him began to lift up off the back of Quirrell's neck, the way a mist lifts off water when the morning warms. The mist, halfway up, found that it could not in the room go any further. The runes on the cavern wall, which were not technically in the room, were nonetheless in the room. The mist hit them and recoiled. The mist tried sideways. Sideways was Tisiphone. Tisiphone raised one open hand. The thread in Harry's scar, the small piece of Voldemort that had been caught in him for 10 years and 6 months, answered. It rose up out of the scar without pain to Harry, in the way a splinter rises out of a finger when the finger has been waiting a long time for someone to pull it. The piece left him. It joined the larger mist. The mist, complete now in itself, shrank with the sudden weight of all of itself in one place. "Quickly, sister," Alecto said calmly. "He has anchors elsewhere. He has split himself. We will need a longer hunt for the pieces. The work will not finish here." "It begins here," Tisiphone said. The voice she used was the cavern voice. It did not match her face. It was the voice she used when she was being, on the whole, the youngest of the three, which was the most dangerous of the three, which was the one whose name was Avenger of Murder. She closed her hand. The mist in her hand made a sound. It was not a sound a mortal mouth has the equipment to make. It was the sound a thing makes when it has been told by an older law that it must this time stop running. "We do not finish you tonight," Tisiphone said to it. "We take from you what we can take tonight, the peace we have. The peace is a debt collected. We will collect the rest in their time. You will not be killed, Voldemort. You will not be killed because you have arranged not to be. You have hidden the rest of yourself in places we will find one by one. We will find them. You will know us at every door. You will know us in your sleep where you can sleep. You will know us in your waking. You will not ever again walk in a place where you are not known. We are coming, Voldemort. We are not far, be afraid." The mist shrank further. It became the size of a fist. It left Tisiphone's hand by a route she allowed it to take, because the rules of the Elder Hunt required on this occasion that he leave under his own power and not be carried. She was not, on consideration, going to deny him the dignity. The mist fled. It went out of the chamber by a way none of the people in the chamber saw it use. Confronting Quirrell, with no passenger in him to keep him together, sat down on the stone floor. He had, in his face, the expression of a man who has been freed from a heavy burden, and is now realizing that the burden had been, for the past year, his liver. He smiled at Harry very faintly with a face that was his own. Then he tilted slowly sideways and lay down. He did not get up. Harry stood very still in the middle of the chamber. The Furies, his grandmothers, did not at first say anything to him. They were looking at him. They were also looking at the mirror. "Ours," Tisiphone said. "Grandmother, you have done your part." "Yes. Are you hurt?" "Number, step back, child," Alecto said. "Close your eyes if you must." He did not close his eyes. He had been raised on the law of consequence, and the law required that he be a witness to the work that had been done in his name. He stayed where he was. He watched what they did with the body of Confronting Quirrell, which was a thing Tisiphone took on without asking, because the man had in his last year been used in a way that had not been his fault, and his shade required in the elder courtesy an escort. Tisiphone laid her hand on Quirrell's chest. She closed her eyes. After a moment, the man's chest stopped moving, and he was, in the bargain, no longer Quirrell at all, but only a body, and his shade had gone with Tisiphone's escort to the boat that was already downstream, waiting. Megaera, behind Harry, said quietly, "Sweet love." Harry turned. She held out her arms. He went and stood in them. She did not hold him for long. She held him long enough. She let him go. Alecto stepped past them both to the mirror. She looked into it for a moment with the face of a woman who had not in many centuries looked into a mortal-made mirror. She put her hand against the glass. The glass shimmered once. She drew her hand back. In her palm was a small red stone glowing faintly, the size of an egg. She handed it to Harry. "It is yours to give back," she said. "You said so. We do not take that part of the work from you. Give it to your headmaster. Tell him it is to be returned to its keeper. Tell him also on our behalf that we will be visiting him before the year is out. He will know why." Harry took the stone. It was warm in his hand. He thought for a moment about asking Alecto whether the stone could, in fact, return his parents from the river. He did not in the end ask. He had been raised by a woman who had told him that the river had a rule, and that the rule was older than the women in the cavern, and that the women in the cavern did not, for love or grief or any reason, break it. He had taken her word for it at the time. He took her word for it now. The stone was a tool. It was not, for him, a door. It belonged to the man who had made it. He closed his hand around it. "Yes, grandmother," he said. The wall of the chamber behind them began to thin again. "We go," Alecto said. "He knows we have moved. He is hiding deeper now. We hunt. We will see you in the summer hours. You stay at school until the term ends. You finish what you have started. You write to us with anything that needs writing. Hermes will carry." "Yes, grandmother." Megaera kissed the top of his head. "Sweet boy, we are very proud of you. Do not on consideration let it go to your head. Sweetness without a tempering of irony will rot. Eat your potatoes." He laughed. He did not know he was going to. The laugh was small and surprised. Tisiphone came back. She had escorted Quirrell, and she had returned, and she went to Harry and put her hand on his hair and held it for a long, quiet moment. Then she kissed his forehead on the scar which had stopped by then hurting at all. "You are ours," she said in her low voice. "Be ours, we will be back." The wall thinned. The three women stepped through it. The wall became a wall again. The runes on it, which had been bright, dimmed politely back to ordinary stone. Harry stood for a moment alone with the body of Quirinus Quirrell and the mirror and the stone in his hand. He sat down on the stone floor with his back against the wall. He held the stone in his lap. He waited. He did not, on his estimate, wait long. Albus Dumbledore came through the black flame perhaps 3 minutes later, robe streaming, wand in hand, and stopped dead in the center of the chamber. He took in the scene. He took in Quirrell. He took in the boy on the floor. He took in the stone in the boy's hand. He took particularly in the silence of the room and the absence of any other sign of struggle. "Harry," he said. "Sir." What has happened here?" Harry opened his hand. The stone glowed in his palm. "My grandmothers have happened, sir," he said. He held out the stone. "I think this belongs to a man named Flamel. I would be grateful, sir, if you would return it to him." Dumbledore, on the stone floor of the chamber, sat down opposite Harry. He did not for a long time take the stone. Then he did. "Yes," he said quietly. "Yes, Harry, I will." Chapter 7. The reckoning. The hospital wing at Hogwarts had pale curtains and a particular silence. Madame Pomfrey ran it the way a sea captain runs a vessel that, while small, is the only one for many miles, and she did not, in her wing, allow any nonsense. Harry woke in a bed near the window. The bed was soft. The window was open. Outside, late spring was doing its work on the grounds. The lake glittered. The pitch was being mown by the groundskeeper's team of disreputable Krupps, and a pair of swallows were arguing in the eaves over the rights to a nest. Harry, looking at all of this, lay still for a few minutes and let the daylight settle on his face. He had not, he realized, been touched by daylight in a long time. He had been touched by the gray damp of the dungeon corridors and the candle yellow of the great hall and the half-light of the chamber under the trapdoor. The sun on his cheek felt like a kind of small, clean praise. He turned his head. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in a wooden chair next to the bed. The headmaster had on his usual midnight blue robes. His half-moon glasses sat far enough down his nose that he looked, on first glance, like a kindly old man who was about to ask after a sick grandchild. The look was, Harry knew now, accurate at the surface and complicated underneath. He had been thinking about Dumbledore for 2 days before the chamber, and he had thought about him steadily on the floor of the chamber while the stone cooled in his hand, and he had, between the chamber and the bed, decided what he would say. "Sir," Harry said. "Harry, how long have I been here?" 2 days. Madame Pomfrey would have allowed you to wake earlier. I asked her not to. I wanted to be the one who was here when you opened your eyes. I have been keeping the chair warm in shifts. Professor Snape, in particular, has been generous. Has he been here? He has. He did not, by his preference, want me to mention it. I am mentioning it. He came up at the end of every class. He sat where I am sitting. He read a great deal. He did not, while sitting here, speak to anyone. Harry took this in. He had a small, soft feeling about it that he did not, on consideration, intend to look at too directly. "Sir." "Yes." "Did you get the stone to Mr. Flamel?" "I did. I sent it to Paris by a courier I trust. It is once again in the keeping of the man who made it. He will, I expect, by now have reduced it. He had been preparing for the reduction for several years, having determined that the stone had become more trouble than its benefits warranted. 665 years is, by any reckoning, a long time. And Mr. Flamel. He and his wife will live a few more months on the elixir they had laid by, and then they will die together quietly. He was content with the arrangement. He sent his thanks. He sent his thanks, particularly, to the boy who had handed the stone back to him, without sitting at the mirror long enough to be tempted by it. He said in his note that he had not in 600 years met a single person who could be trusted with the thing, and that he was, on the evidence, glad to be wrong about humanity in his last week. Harry, in the bed, considered this for a moment. The smile he allowed himself was small and private. "Sir." "Yes, Harry. You hid the stone in this castle on purpose." Dumbledore did not, by any movement of his face, shift. He had, on consideration, expected this conversation. He had been preparing for it in fragments. Since the Christmas Eve he had sat in the chair in the disused fourth-floor room, and had watched a boy step away from the mirror without being asked. "I did, Harry. You hid it knowing that the man who tried to kill me as a baby was a creature in pieces who would, sooner or later, gather himself and come for it." "I did." "You used the school, sir, to draw him out. You used the children in the school, sir, as part of the trap. You did not at any point tell the staff that the stone was in the building. You did not tell the parents. You did not tell my head of house. You did not, sir, tell me. The trap was set. The bait was the stone. The setting of the trap was a school full of children. The cost of the setting, if the trap had failed in any of a dozen ways I can name, would have been the children. You decided that the cost was worth the setting. I would like to ask you, sir, why?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Because," he said quietly, "I knew of no other way to draw him into a place where he could be opposed. You could have left the stone in Paris." "I could have. He would have come for it in Paris. Mr. Flamel's protections are old. They are also limited. I judged that the man would breach them within the year. Once he had the stone, he would have used it to make himself a body. Once he had a body, he would have, in a year or two, raised an army from his old followers. The war that ended a decade ago would have begun again. The cost, Harry, of that war the first time was several thousand lives, including those of 2 young people I loved a great deal. You moved the bait somewhere you could watch it." "I did. Where there were children." "There were children, yes." "You did not tell the Furies, sir." Dumbledore looked at his hands. His hands were folded in his lap, the way they were when he was not letting them tap on the arms of the chair. He looked at them for a long while. I did not know, Harry, of the Furies' interest in the matter. I did not know there had been Furies at Godric's Hollow. I did not know there had been Furies at all in this affair until you told me, on Christmas Eve, that they had told you about the stone. I had assumed, until that conversation, that your survival as an infant had been the work of your mother's love and the older blood magic that her love had set in motion, and I had assumed that you had been raised in the years since, in some quiet place by some quiet hand whose identity I had not yet been able to discover. You did not look very hard. No, Harry. I did not look very hard. I had decided that wherever you were safer than you would be at a school under my eye, until the day came when you would have to be at a school under my eye. I had assumed that the day would come on your 11th birthday. I had assumed that the place that had hidden you for 10 years would, when it release you in a state I could shape. I had assumed wrong. I am telling you all of this, Harry, because I owe it to you. I owe it to you because, by my own admission, I have used you, not in the way I had originally planned. In a different way. Plans of mine have a habit of using you. I have been honest with you about that just now. I will, if you would prefer, not be honest with you about it again. Harry watched him for a moment. I would prefer that you go on being honest with me, sir. Then I will, sir. Yes, you used children as bait. I did. My grandmothers know. I had assumed they would, since you do. They have asked me to say on their behalf that they would prefer in future not to have to say to a headmaster what I am about to say to you. Say it. They will not, sir, intervene with a man who is making a difficult choice for difficult reasons. They will intervene with a man who has broken an oath. The oath that you have not yet, by their count, broken, but that you will break if you do this again, is the oath of guardianship. The oath of guardianship is the oath you took when you accepted the headmastership of a school of children. It is older than the school. It is older than the statute of secrecy. It is older than your country. The oath of guardianship is that you do not in your house expose a child of yours to a danger that you have set there for your own purposes. You have come close to breaking it. You have not, by my grandmother's reading of it, broken it. You will, sir, not come this close again. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Harry, sir, what would happen if I did? They would come, sir. They would come the way they came to the chamber under the trapdoor. They would come without knocking. They would not, by their own preference, be uncivil. They would say in the voice the youngest of them uses for the work what you owed and to whom. Then they would collect. From whom would they collect? From you, sir. And would I, by their reckoning, survive it? That, sir, would depend on what you had done. I do not know. I would prefer not to find out. I am, sir, fond of you. I have decided that you are a kindly old man who has done a difficult job for a long time and who has, in the doing of it, made some choices that ought, I think, to have been made differently. I do not, on consideration, want to lose you to my grandmother's. I would like, sir, to ask you to swear an oath to me now in this room. The oath is small. The oath is that you will not, in any matter that concerns me from this day forward, decide for me without me. You will tell me. You will let me think. You will let me agree or refuse or counter. If I am too young in any given year to decide a thing fully, you will tell me what part of the decision is mine and what part is yours. You will not, sir, take the whole of it again. If you swear this oath to me, my grandmothers will hold it for you. They will, in any matter where you keep it, leave you alone. They will, in any matter where you break it, come. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. Harry, sir, that is a great deal of trust to place on an oath sworn to a child in a hospital bed. It is the only kind of trust I have, sir, to give. I am a child. I am lying in a hospital bed. Dumbledore's mouth made a movement that was almost a smile and was, in the end, something more honest than a smile. I swear it, Harry. Thank you, sir. In the corner of the room, a thing that could not be seen, but that had, in the room since the moment Harry had finished speaking the proposed oath, been listening, registered the swearing. It made no sound. It went away. Far down through the layers of the world, in a cavern between worlds, 3 women at a stone table looked up at the same moment. Tisiphone, who had been pouring tea, paused in mid-pour. "He swore it," she said. "He swore it," Alecto agreed. "Then we hold him to it," Megaera said dryly, "and the school will be a happier place. Sweet sister, the tea, the cup is full." Tisiphone finished pouring. Dumbledore stayed a few more minutes. He talked, for some of the few minutes, about the fact that Quirrell's body had been quietly taken out of the school by the Aurors on the second night, and that the official story had been that Quirrell had been overcome by an infection of the kind that sometimes overtakes wizards who have traveled in regions of magical concentration. He talked about the fact that the mirror of Eris had been moved that morning to a location he was not, this time, going to disclose to himself. He talked about the fact that he had written, the previous evening, a letter to the parents of the Slytherin first-year boy who had, he had heard from the staff room, behaved with great composure throughout the year, and to whose parents he wished, at last, to send a year-end note. He gave Harry the letter sealed. "You may give it to your grandmothers," he said. "Or you may open it and read it. It is not, on consideration, a private letter. I would prefer they read it." "Yes, sir." "Eat something, Harry. I am told the chocolate frogs in your bedside drawer are from Mr. Weasley." "They are from his mother." "Ah, Mrs. Weasley is a very fine baker. She is also, I am informed, a very fine knitter." "She is." "We will speak again before the end of term." "Yes, sir." He left. Severus Snape came in an hour later. He came without knocking. He came carrying a small file that he set on the bedside table without comment. He sat down in the chair Dumbledore had vacated. He did not, by any movement, indicate that he expected to stay long. He did not speak. Harry let the silence be the silence. He had been raised by Tisiphone, and he had learned with her to let a silence settle until it had become its own thing. The silence in this case settled. The room, with its open window and its swallows and its moan pitch beyond, did not, on consideration, mind hosting it. "Potter," Snape said at last. "Sir." "You are awake." "I am." "Eat the chocolate," Snape said. "It is good for you." "Yes, sir." A second silence settled. Harry ate the chocolate. "Potter." "Yes, sir." "The file on the table is for the burn on your shoulder. Madame Pomfrey will not get to it for another hour. I have brewed it myself. It will work in 3 minutes. I will not, by your bedside, insist that you use it. I will only mention that it is here." "Thank you, sir." A third silence. Harry, watching Snape, did not, by his face, suggest that he wanted the silence broken. He suggested only that he was prepared, on Snape's request, to break it, and that on Snape's request he was prepared to keep it. "Potter," Snape said. "Sir." "Your mother." "Yes." "Your mother was kind." Harry looked at him. Snape did not, by his face, indicate that he had said anything in particular. He was looking at the wall opposite the bed, the way men sometimes look at walls when the words they have just said do not, on consideration, belong on faces. "I know, sir," Harry said. Snape nodded once. He did not say anything else. He sat in the chair for another 10 minutes. He did not in the 10 minutes look at Harry. Harry in the 10 minutes did not look at Snape. The room continued to host its silence with patience. After 10 minutes Snape stood up. He did not say goodbye. He walked out. Harry, after a moment, picked up the file. He drank it. The burn on his shoulder, which he had not, on consideration, told anyone about, stopped burning in 3 minutes. He had to think for a long time about what had just happened in the chair beside his bed. He decided, after thinking, that it had been a kindness. He decided also that it had not been a small kindness. He decided further that it had cost the man in the chair a great deal more than the man would, by any later behavior, ever indicate. He decided to honor it by not, in any later conversation, mentioning it. Tisiphone would have approved. Hermione came in the afternoon. She had a stack of books with her, which she set on the bedside table without ceremony. She sat down on the chair. She looked at him for a long moment. "You are alive," she said. "I am. You are not, by your face, surprised." "I was not on consideration planning to die. Harry, yes. I want to know everything." He thought about it. He had been thinking about this also between Dumbledore and Snape. He had been thinking about it, in fact, since the Christmas Eve at the Mirror, when he had decided that there were certain people in the school who he was going to have to tell more of the truth to than he had originally intended. "All right, Hermione," he said. He told her. He told her about the cavern and the three women and Hades and Persephone and Hecate. He told her about the law of consequence and about the wooden duck and about the Lyco's shade he had walked most of the way to the river. He told her about Hermes and the letter and the wand and the brother wand, and the burning of his scar in Quirrell's classroom, and the Quidditch match, and the Christmas night in front of the mirror. He told her in the end about the chamber under the trapdoor and the wall and the three women stepping through and the mist on Quirrell's neck and the stone in his hand. She listened. She did not in the telling interrupt. She did not pull a quill out and write notes, although her hands moved twice toward her bag and stopped halfway. By the time he had finished, she was sitting very straight. "Well," she said, "yes. I am on the whole not surprised. Are you not? I had had 3 months to consider you. Most of the explanation I had built. I had not built the cavern. I had not built the three women. I had built in their place 3 very strict scholar witches in a country house. I am on consideration pleased to have been wrong. 3 Furies are on the whole more interesting than 3 scholar witches." He laughed. He had not been planning to. The laugh was a small surprised one. "Hermione, yes. You will not tell anyone." "I will not. Not Ron." "I will. I will tell Ron only if you tell me I may. He should know. He went down with us. He has, in any case, suspected something he cannot put a name to. Tell him. Tell him I will tell him myself if he wants to ask. Tell him also that Megaera says the Weasleys have always been a fine line and that she intends in the summer to send a basket to his mother. Megaera knows the Weasleys. Megaera knows everyone, Hermione. Goodness. Yes." She sat for a moment. Then she said very quietly, "Harry, yes. Your scar burned in Quirrell's class. Yes. All term. All term. You did not tell anyone." "I did. I told my grandmothers. I told them by the back channel they have with Hermes." "You did not tell me." "It was not on consideration, a thing I could tell you usefully. You could not have done anything with the information except worry about it. I did not, until April, want you worried about it. I am sorry for that." Hermione thought about it. She thought about it for a long moment. She nodded once. "All right, Harry, I will think about it. Next year you tell me earlier." "Next year I will tell you earlier." She put a hand on his hand for a moment. She let it go. She picked up the top book from the stack on the table, handed it to him, and said, "Read this. It is the most accurate of the 4 biographies of you. The other 3 are useless. I have annotated the bad bits in this one. You will be amused." She left. He read it. He was, in the end, amused. Ron took longer. Ron came in the next morning. Ron came in alone. Ron sat in the chair. Ron, in the chair, looked at his hands for a long time and did not at first look at Harry. "Hermione told me," Ron said finally, "all of it. All of it. She said I had a right to know. She said also that if I behaved like an idiot about it she would in person pay your grandmothers a visit and ask them to deal with me." Harry smiled. "She would not. She might. She would not. She knows my grandmothers do not on principle intervene in small matters." "Right." Ron looked up. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry for a long moment. "Bloody hell, Potter. You were raised by the Furies." "I was. The actual Furies. The actual Furies. And you did not, in 8 months at school, mention this." "I did not." "Why not?" "Because, Ron, if I had mentioned it on the first day of school, no one would have spoken to me except as a curiosity. I would not have been able to make friends. I would not have been able to learn anything because everyone in every class would have been watching me too hard to be useful. I would not have, in particular, made a friend of you. I was specifically advised by Megaera that you were a useful sort of person to have as a friend, and that you would be, at the bottom of you, a person of great loyalty, and that she wanted me to make a friend of you. She would not have wanted me to do it by frightening you. Ron made a face. The Furies have, like, opinions about me. The Furies have opinions about everyone, Ron. Bloody hell. It is largely affectionate. How can the Furies be affectionate, mate? They are the Furies. They are also, Ron, women who have spent 10 years raising a small boy who liked pomegranates and who needed reading lessons. They have got softer about a few things. Your family is one of them. They have been watching the Weasleys for 2 generations because Charlie, once, while he was still in school, stopped a younger boy from being bullied in a corridor. The Furies took a note. They have a list of names they like. Your family is on the list. Ron blinked. Charlie, my brother Charlie. Your brother Charlie, he does not know. Do not on consideration tell him. Charlie is the kind of man who would be embarrassed. That is mad, Potter. It is. All right, what? All right, you are still my friend. You are also on a list, by the way. The list is the list of mates I have. You are at the top of it. Hermione is second. She would, on consideration, want me to specify that she is second only because she has known me for less time than you have, not because of any inherent ranking. Harry laughed. The laugh was, this time, a real one. Tell her, Ron. I'll tell her. She'll want it in writing. She will provide it. The end-of-year feast was in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup. The cup had been won, all things considered, honestly. Slytherin had had a strong year in classes and a strong year in Quidditch and a strong year, particularly, in not losing points for stupid behavior. Theodore Nott, sitting next to Harry at the feast, had calculated the final standing the previous afternoon with a small piece of chalk and a parchment, and had pronounced it secure. The headmaster at the staff table had not this year made any last-minute adjustments. The Slytherin table erupted into applause in the way the Slytherin table erupts into applause, contained, dignified, and 3 seconds longer than was, by tradition, considered polite. Harry clapped. He did not, by his face, take any particular pride in the win. He had not, in any individual way, been a Quidditch player or a points leader. He had, by Theodore's count, contributed 32 points across the year through unprompted classroom answers. Theodore had counted because Theodore had a notebook for that. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore rose and made a short speech. He thanked the staff. He thanked the prefects. He thanked the students. He did not this year make any of his usual cheerful nonsense observations. He sat down. Harry, watching him, registered the change. He registered also the small private nod Dumbledore gave between the speech and his sitting in Harry's direction. Harry returned it. The room did not, by anyone's noticing, observe the exchange. In the staff stand, Severus Snape, who had not toasted any house in particular, looked at Harry once and then looked at his own plate. He had, it turned out, not eaten any of the food. He had been pushing it around with a fork. He left the hall, after a few minutes, by the staff door without a word to anyone. Hagrid at the end of the staff table was crying into his beard. He had been crying since the cup announcement. He would, the staff knew, cry through the train ride down to the lake. They were used to it. They did not, on the whole, hold it against him. The next morning Harry packed his trunk. He put the wooden duck, which had ridden in the trunk all year, on the bottom under his clothes, because he had, on consideration, not wanted to display it in the dormitory, at the very top under the cloak. He buckled the strap. He sat on the bed. Hermes came through the dormitory window at 7 in the morning. He came in his gray suit. He came with the small smile he wore for the morning collections. Ours, Hermes. We are not this morning going to King's Cross. Your sisters have a different plan. Hold my hand. He took Hermie's hand. Hermes stepped sideways. The dormitory thinned. The cavern between worlds thickened. He stepped onto the ledge. The fig tree was in full leaf. The hearth was burning. The great stone table in the center of the cavern had been laid for breakfast. 3 women were standing on the ledge in a half-circle facing him. He did not move for a moment. Tisiphone came forward first. She did not, by her face, indicate anything in particular. She put her arms around him. She held him for a long time. She did not say anything. He did not say anything. Behind her, Megaera was leaning against the trunk of the fig tree with her arms folded, watching. Alecto, at the head of the table, had folded her hands at her waist. Tisiphone let him go. "You came back," she said. "I came back. You did not leave the duck. I did not leave the duck. You may not, on consideration, take it next year. The school will, by next year, be a place where the duck is in danger of being taken from you by another boy. We will, in the autumn, send you off without it. The duck stays here. It will be on the alcove when you come home for Christmas." "Yes, grandmother," Megaera from the fig tree said. "Did you have fun, sweetheart? Try not to bring back any more shades next year. I will not, on consideration, go down to the river to escort one again on a Sunday morning. Your friend Lycos was a kind man and his case settled itself, but you owe me one." "Yes, grandmother," Alecto at the table said. "You did well, child. The oaths held, including yours. Thank you, grandmother. Sit, eat. Hecate is on her way, and she has, on her way, very particular opinions about pancakes." "Pancakes." "Pancakes," Megaera said. "Hecate has, in the past 3 weeks, become enthusiastic about pancakes. Persephone introduced them. Persephone introduced them as a joke. Hecate took them seriously. There is now in our cavern a regular Sunday pancake. Sit down." He sat down. He ate. He had not eaten pancakes before. He liked them. He told Hecate so when she came in. Hecate, who did not often receive direct compliments from him, took the compliment with the small smile she reserved for her colleagues and went back to making more. That night he dreamt. He stood in the dream in a graveyard he had not seen before. The graveyard was old. The stones leaned. There was a fire burning in a brazier, and beside the fire stood a man. The man had, by the dream, no nose. The man had been restored to his body by means he had, by long preparation, gathered. The man in the dream was looking at Harry. The man in the dream was older, and Harry in the dream was older too, perhaps 14, taller and harder than the boy in the bed. Behind Harry, at the edge of the firelight, 3 women stepped through a thinning of the air. The man in the graveyard saw them. His face went the color of something that has been kept under water and brought up suddenly into the dark. He raised his wand. The wand moved without authority in his hand. "You," Voldemort said. "Us," Tisiphone said in the voice she used when she was at her work. "Be afraid." The dream did not, on this occasion, finish. It did not need to. Harry in the dream did not, by his face, indicate that he was afraid. He was not afraid. He had not, on consideration, been afraid since he was a year old. He had been raised by the women at the edge of the firelight. He stood with them. He woke in his alcove. The wooden duck was on the shelf above him. Through the gap in the curtain he could see the runes on the cavern wall, glowing faintly. Outside, on the ledge, the fig tree's leaves moved very slightly in the wind that was not, in the cavern, supposed to be wind. He went out to the ledge. A man in a dark suit was standing at the parapet, looking out at the sea of stars. He had his hands in his pockets. He looked for a moment like a man who had come up to the top of a building for a smoke and had not, on consideration, brought his cigarettes. "Boy," Hades said, "Sir, you woke. I dreamed." "Yes, you will on occasion dream a true thing. The man you saw in the graveyard will exist. The graveyard will exist. The fire in the brazier will burn. The dream is not a prophecy. It is a draft. Many drafts arrive. Most do not become final. You will be ready for it." "Yes, sir. Drink this." Hades held out a small ceramic cup. "Persephone made it. It is just tea, boy. Drink it." Harry took the cup. He drank it. It tasted of mint and figs and a little of the cinnamon she had brought up from a market in Asia Minor in the 3rd century BC. He had had her tea many times. He drank. Hades stood at the parapet beside him. "Boy, sir, your sisters did good work. I have made a note in my ledger. You are a satisfactory grandson. I will, on consideration, allow you to continue." "Thank you, sir. You have a long road ahead. The man in the dream will gather himself again. You will encounter him. We will be at the necessary points in your row. The work will not be finished in a single chamber. It will not, on consideration, be finished in a single year. We are patient. The work in our hands will be done." "Yes, sir. The fig tree is in fruit. Take one for me. I have not in many years eaten a fig from a tree my wife planted." Harry pulled a fig from the lowest branch. He handed it to Hades. Hades, holding the fig, looked at it with the kind of soft attention he did not, in court, allow himself. He bit into it. He did not, by his face, indicate that he had tasted anything in particular. Inside, the kingdom of the dead noticed that its lord was, on this morning, on a ledge between worlds with his nephew by adoption, eating a fig from his wife's tree. He finished it. He put the seed stem into the small pocket of his dark suit. He patted Harry on the shoulder once in the formal, dry way he had of indicating affection. He turned. He went back into the cavern. Harry stood on the ledge a little longer. Tisiphone came out. She came to stand beside him. She did not by her body indicate any particular reason. She put her hand on his hair. She left it there. The fig tree rustled. The runes on the wall glowed. The sea of stars went on doing what it did. Megaera in the cavern called dryly, "Sweet things." "Breakfast, the pancakes will not, on consideration, hold." Harry laughed. The laugh was, by this point in the morning, a real laugh. A small, clean, gentle one. The kind that came out of him without ceremony when he had been, on the whole, allowed to be himself for an entire morning. The Furies, all three of them, hearing the laugh, smiled the smile they did not, in mortal company, ever wear. Alecto, at the head of the stone table, made a small mark in her book. The mark, in a script that no living scholar had read in 1,000 years, was the symbol for a household at peace. She had made the mark in her career perhaps 4 times. She made it now without, in her face, any indication that she had done a thing rare. The fire on the hearth cracked once. Outside, far below the ledge, the sea of stars went on with its business. A boat, downstream, was carrying a small gray shade across the water of forgetting. The shade had been a frightened soldier in his life and had been, on his way over, kindly handled. He had, on the boat, remembered a boy he had met on a ledge once who had told him he was going to a meadow. He had not, in the meadow, found it untrue. In the cavern, 3 women and a boy and a god of the dead, and a witch with her opinions about pancakes sat down to breakfast. The boy was 11. He had been raised, since the night of his almost murder, by 3 women who had taken him out of a cot and had, in the 11 years since, made him into a person he was, on consideration, glad to be. He had been to school. He had survived it. He had made friends. He had, by the careful instruction of his grandmothers, kept his face useful only to himself and not to his enemies. He had broken no oaths. He had held to one. He had collected by another's hand on a debt that had been owed for a decade. He had a long road. The dream had told him so. His grandmothers had told him so for years. He was not, in the cavern, alone. He had not been alone since he was a year old. He would not, by the laws under which he had been raised, be alone again as long as a single one of his grandmothers walked in any world. He passed the bread. The Furies, accepting the bread, smiled the smile. Outside, the stars went on, and the fig tree held its leaves still, and the fire cracked once more on the hearth, and the morning in the cavern between worlds was a long, quiet morning, the kind of mourning that in the elder records was the symbol for a household at peace.